Villain point, which means
Oh,
I get
by the way,
advantage.
thank you, Ood, for enabling art uploading.
I did. I enabled
I
that because
appreciate you.
I remember things that you care about.
Yeah,
Vote for me as
Matt.
president. Yeah, you poo Matt. I like
Ooh,
this.
me.
I like this. I like this. At least half of it. Maybe the other half too. I'm not sure yet.
Other half
But
looking pretty good.
brother, as we well gather around for our adventure tonight. I'm just gonna close all my porn tabs real quick so I can have all the resources dedicated directly to this game. Look up my notes. All right. So, I didn't prepare a game. Fuck all of you. This was all a big elaborate prank. Go fuck yourselves.
Prank.
You all suck. Nothing you gave me was good enough. So I didn't
Classic
prep a game.
Christmas prank.
Classic Christmas prank. I kid. Slightly.
That's the Christmas prank.
But I'll go ahead and bring us in to the first session of New Horizons.
Sweet beans.
Oh, you got the record going there, Moocherry.
I do.
All right. So, our story begins in a simple wooden tavern. Nope, that's not it. That's it. Underneath a thatched roof, our various adventurers populate the bar, escaping the heat for a time and looking for ways to pass the time. I didn't think about that. In this seemingly eternal blockade. Military personnel have just refilled the tavern supplies, and as such, the tavern is heavily crowded with folks from the shantytown to the east, and soldiers on leave. Talk is abuzz about the various goings on in the area, and rumors spread about when this whole ordeal might be over so that people can carry on, but nothing definitive comes of it. You are all scattered about the tavern in various places at this moment, and just kind of give you a visual image of the tavern. The tavern is a clear, kind of like open design, where it's like there's no real like separation between the kitchen, the front, and the seating areas at all. It's just kind of open concept. You see the bartender there is sort of a human man with a graying, balding hairstyle and a long, flowing beard, who's doing his best to keep up with the influx of orders, as it does seem the tavern is quite busy, as a lot of people are flocking to the place, given that it is just resupplied. It's been a few weeks into this whole quarantine, as it were, or blockade, as it were, to kind of keep everyone into this area. And all of you, including the patrons, are getting fed up with this whole situation. But strong booze and good food help alleviate that uneasiness. But as you all kind of gather around in your various spots, your pockets and supplies are running light. You figure it's likely time for some sort of work to pass the time, and didn't think about that either, and help make your forced vacation a little more worthwhile. You find your way over to a notice board where various requests have been posted, most with minor rewards and insignificant tasks that are not even worth dealing with. However, as you're gathering and kind of taking a look at this board, you start to notice others have gathered to look upon the board itself. It's in its glory. With that, we'll go and introduce the characters that will be starting this adventure. We'll start with Matt, because he's the first person I looked at.
Oh, shit. Okay. Are we like all in the building at the time?
Yes, I had to rework this because of reasons.
Yeah.
Reasons that may or may not include Bliss not being here. But so yes, you're here now.
Okay, cool. I guess I am playing Cassandra Morloff. She's a very short individual. She's about 5'4", with like pale skin and like sunken eyes, and just like striking, just solid black hair that's in like a short, kind of like sharp business cut. She's like very well dressed, like she would stand out in a crowd, I guess, like this. She's like lightly adorned with things like jewelry and like dark but fairly like courtly makeup to her. And I do think that despite her kind of outward image, she has like an air of approachability. And if I feel like just a Morloff being here, if you're someone from the Empire, you very likely know of their family, and you probably know that that's who she is, because she would have come to town on the Morloff shipment and then been stuck here. And there's probably been rumors passing around of like, oh, there's a Morloff here, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I think that's like the visual explanation of her. I don't know
We'll
if you want a
jump over.
mechanical deep dive or not.
No, you're good. You're good. We'll jump over to Shed.
Okay. Well, standing right by the the board, arms crossed, is a woman with darkly odd skin for being a. This region.
Hang on. I could show you guys art, but I forgot.
Yeah,
Hang on.
sure.
This is the first one.
Yeah.
Ugh. Hold on, I got that. It's keep going. It's fine.
No, that's it.
Um,
And then as we introduce the next one, high
Yes.
res.
It's a woman with traditionally nomadic clothing. If people have been here for a long while, and the nomads have been passing by, this is very indicative of that style. Although her skin and hair doesn't really match the more rugged, darker hues of others. Although the tribal painting or henna on her face marks her as one of the nomads. Which tribe? It's unsure. On her body is traveling clothing, heavy boots, seemingly scavenged from more modern soldiers, bits and pieces of scrap metal fashioned into quite beautiful trinkets hanging from her belt, and the small, the oddly ritualistic polearm she's wearing. It doesn't look like a polearm at first glance, more like a staff. But if you look closer, it's actually a blade with hooks and prongs. And on her shoulder is a blue bird with a small leather harness. Looking around strangely intelligently, usually behind her back, while she's talking to herself, shaking her head.
And with that, the bird kind of caw lets out a loud crow as the rest of us get introduced. This next one is an interesting sight as you see this massive bear just walk forward in the tavern. We jump over to Mukri's character.
Yep. So, Tillis is
Fucking bear,
probably
man.
standing away from the board, trying to get a peek over as best he can with his owl on his shoulder. And he's just kind of like petting the bear and trying to soothe it. Probably because the bear's looking around and maybe even giving some growls if anyone gets close. But he is adorned in some surprisingly stately attire, though it does look heavily disformed from dirt and just from not really being able to take good care of it. It seems like this is his only set of clothes, and he's been living in the woods for a while. So he is otherwise a small and frail child riding this big bear with an owl on his shoulder, just trying to get a peek, but not trying to force his way in. He's keeping a good distance away from people because he's nervous and he wants to not cause a scene, even though he's riding a bear.
And every time like anyone kind of gets close to the bear, he goes, and kind of gives off a growl and like kind of flashes his teeth and claws to
He just
kind of
goes,
keep a distance.
"Sorry,
There's a little
sorry."
bubble. There's like a constant bubble around Athleus here as he moves to the crowd close to the tavern thing. A lot of people are kind of whispering to each other, talking about this sudden and abrupt appearance of a bear in the middle of the desert here.
Don't question it. It's a bear. Don't get close to it.
That's exactly right. I was like, yeah, it's a bear. It'll kill me. I'm not gonna get near it. And that's kind of the general vibe of the tavern. As we look over,
I imagine he got in just from like throwing what gold he had on him, because he just has no concept of money. So he probably threw like 5 gold, and the bartender's just like, yeah, sure.
Sure. As we jump over to another figure who draws a lot of attention and a lot of fear, where people are also keeping a similar bubble to you. We jump over to Guzruk, who is just shifting his way through the tribe. or the tribe.
Equal amount of stomping as the bear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this sort of big 7-foot something corpulent Ogrelon sort of waves his way towards the notice board. He's wearing what looks to be like what was supposed to be maybe a dark outfit for someone trying to not draw too much attention, but it is obviously multiple outfits stitched together to fit this huge body. He's otherwise carrying not too much. He seems like, simple guy. He has his simple clothes and his few things, and enjoys sort of the space he gets to have in most places because people stay away. But as he sort of squats to get eye level at the notice board, he's definitely looking over at the people that are obviously able to read this more easily than he can. But yeah, he's got his stitched together clothes and his large form.
As you look over towards them, they seem to be reading it with ease. And as they do, you struggle to find the words as you stare at it. You feel some sort of beckoning to ask for aid, though that goes against your code. So you want to disguise it in a way. Disguise it as like a "I'm trying to help you" sort of conversation.
Yeah, you need me to grab one of these for you? As I sort of pat whoever would be on my right on the shoulder.
You slap the back of Cassandra as she gets pushed forward by the sudden strength.
This is the Ogrelon slapping her on the
Yeah.
back?
Yeah, it is.
Wow, okay. Okay, yeah, I think I wasn't expecting that one. I guess she gets is she standing in front of the notice board?
Yep.
Because I'm assuming that's where he is. Yeah, I think she gets like straight up almost like pressed into the wall from it, like kind of slammed into the wall. And I think she looks back and makes like strong eye contact. And I don't even think it takes an insight roll to just see like immediate just bloodlust in her eyes, which then like quickly fades away, and her this twisted facial expression kind of resets back to some stoicism, and she just like, "I'm sorry, was I in your way?"
No, you want me to grab one of these? Want me to grab one of these for you?
I'm just looking, and like takes a step back.
You are a very
Go around and see
polite.
if anybody else needs me to grab one. Because I'm just trying to be helpful.
Like
Uh,
she,
The four most immediately noticeable in the area are you two, as well as Athaleus and Shifra.
Tillis is raising his hand in the back, but he's very small.
Oh, the small guy. And I grab one. And I grab which one I can grab as soon as I can just like hold it in front of your face.
And as you read it, this first one you manage to grab is a notice that residents of the shantytown to the east are waking up to the doors of their hovels wide open. There are no signs of forced entry, and nothing appears to have been stolen. However, a few days later, after each of these disturbances, there is no trace of the occupants. It seems like there's a strange disappearance of anyone that is there. The local garrison is looking into this, and there is a reward of 250 gold offered for anyone that can solve this conundrum.
And Tillis is reading this aloud to his really friend, as you would now consider him.
oh, Shifra's just not staring, but watching this exchange with a smile on her lips, like not awkwardly, just like fascinated over like this small connection happening.
He just goes,
Well,
it could be magic.
Oh. Yeah, I was reading it too, and I thought that too.
are
Don't know
you
much about
two friends?
No.
I think Tillis immediately looks dejected. He's just, no.
I guess not.
How are you?
Well, everyone needs friends, and
I like
you
your bird.
two-
I have a bird.
What's that?
I like your bird.
Ori,
bird.
not so loud. Come on. It gives. Wait, what was it? Owl or was it Ori? Was it Ori making
It
the
was
sound?
Ori calling.
Okay,
That was
thank-
Ori calling.
Oh,
Owl
sorry.
would go hoot hoot,
Oh, fair enough. Ori, not
which
so
it
loud.
does.
This is Ori, and I'm Shifra. And let's say quite a motley crew standing here watching the board. But are you interested in whatever that is?
I mean, I knew a wizard. Could be him, maybe. So, could be worth checking out. I don't know.
Yeah, it's good to meet wizards. Yeah. And I go to pluck the paper out of your hands.
He lets it go.
Okay.
Yeah, he's really nice. You would like him.
And I look at it for a second, and then I turn back to the bard that I had previously perhaps hit a little bit too hard. I say, "This is a good one."
I think she's like, paper in her face, trying to like refocus her eyes suddenly. Yep, that looks like a good one. I think she's like panically looking around to see, does anyone else in this building look slightly competent, or is it just these fucks that she's ran into?
As competent as these fucks? No. Competent to the sense like you'd hire them as guards. Yes.
Okay, yeah. I think she like looks around for like any way out of this situation, and then kind of like, yeah. I'm guessing you're wanting more company.
Well, there are quite a few ways. I mean, you could either stay here and rot away until the blockade's gone, or go out and do something.
As you're gonna like talk about this, there are two other quests that seem to draw your interest as a whole. You of course have the one about the disappearing townsfolk, but you also have two others that seem to be of your level of interest. There is a strange, low-hanging cloud on the horizon north of the oasis. What's really odd is that despite the wind, the cloud never moves. A local bird watcher has noticed that his favorite kind of bird that usually migrates southwards from the north has yet to arrive. He decides that this is because of the massive cloud appearing at the northern edge of the oasis. He's looking for anyone who can disperse it, as he does not believe it is of natural origins, and offers a fairly large gold sum of like 300 gold just to kind of deal with that. It's very it is what it is. And the final one that kind of really draws your attention is that of a turtle that has been flipped on its back in the desert. And when anyone goes near said turtle, it screams loud, "You did this to me," and some sort of effect compels them to flee in terror. It is odd at the, sort of the general air of this, but the garrison themselves have posted this notice and do not have the resources enough to investigate. So they wish to have someone, whether it be you or some other band of vagabonds, go figure out what's going on. However, there has been a special notice about one individual who has dropped a magical amulet while fleeing through the desert, and they are the one offering the reward, which is a solid 350 gold. Those are the three that catch your interest.
The 350 gold one is the person's lost an amulet and they can't get it because this turtle thing is just reflecting everyone that comes near it.
They fled, lost the amulet in the process, and haven't gone back since.
I think that Tassandra's actually going to grab that one and like pull that one from the wall. This one seems fairly easy. It's a large payout. Let's just find someone's necklace and deal with whatever this turtle person is.
I'm quite concerned if whoever this turtle is, why is he out there, and why maybe we can flip him back onto his feet.
Right, and maybe he's seen the necklace. This could be easy money.
Probably. Short one. Is she, how short is she? Tall or is she short?
No, she's like 5'4" in heels.
Oh, okay. Schiffer is about 5'6", something like that.
Yeah, she's small. She's young.
With the heels, you're like just barely shorter.
You look familiar. She looks at Sandra, the sort of raised eyebrow.
I tend to get that a lot. You've probably seen me or someone from my family before.
Are you famous?
In a way. Tassandra Morloft, and she like holds out her hand to Shifra of the Morloft Trade Barony.
Schifra initially doesn't really how to react before taking the hand, just shaking it, doing a rather proper bow, although an approximation of what would that be? It's Morloff, you say?
That's right.
Let's see. She looks and pulls up a small plate, which has half Morlaw on it, but it's been filed down into a beautiful, like a feather almost, like a metallic feather. We found this on one of the crates a few years ago, but I think my tribe has traded with you. With family, at least. The Morloffs.
It's very likely. If you're from a community that relies on supply shipments in any capacity in the Drearinth Imperium, you've likely worked with us.
Hmm. Maybe. Not much of a community, more than a bunch of wanderers. But probably.
Wanderers
Or maybe
need supplies all the same.
It's true. It's true. And what was your name?
Tissandra.
I'm Shifra Herdina.
Oog, have I heard of this this Herdina family? Didn't Shifra say this is something relevant?
Actually, she would say, let's see here. Get it from a background.
I don't know, like how prolific the Herdinas are.
Let's see here. Shifra Herdina Kasari. The Kasari are a tribe.
Okay, never mind.
Make a history check. Pretty IDC because this is quite insignificant to your station. Do it now. All right. Perfect. 21. You've heard of the rather niche supply train. The reason you've heard of it is because of how small it is. Small amounts of supplies are sent to this wandering band who roam the plains of around the edge of Shanval. And with that, you know that they sometimes order things when they are within a. Typically, what it is like they're within range of a settlement. They leave notice there of where they are going, and your couriers meet them on the road. But they're usually small, meaningless shipments in the grand scheme of things. But the reasons you know about them is because that, well, you know about the smallest and the biggest, and these are among the smallest.
I'm sure that she's like seen their name on like one of the things that she could have taken is like too small, they don't matter. Wrote them off, took a bigger job.
Exactly.
Like I don't deal with the small people.
This is way too small. Yeah.
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 So does Shifra I guess you do let out the Kasari. I'm familiar with your band. I've seen your name come up in a few shipments. I've never taken one myself, but
They're
I'm
quite.
familiar.
We don't really have need of many things, tools, and maybe some medicine that we cannot make ourselves, but we are not indebted, but we are grateful for the business with the Morloffs.
That's all we seek.
Self-sufficiency. Ugh. Disgusting to any capitalist.
She's like,
But you do not know these two gentlemen, this gentleman and this child.
No, I was just traveling through. We delivered a shipment, and I suppose wrong place, wrong time.
Stranded.
Blockade happened. But
As laughs and sort of leans down at all these munchkins. We're called many things in my life. Never been called a gentleman. Guys. And he puts out his huge fucking hand.
It's like arm grabbed.
His hand is, for most of you, the size of your forearm, if not bigger. For like, especially for like Delayus over there.
Well, I do not know what else to call you. I would not call you a fool or a monster. You're too civilized for that.
Fair Connie, call me Guz. Just Guz.
Gus. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gus. I'm Shifra Herdina Kasari.
I'm gonna remember that.
Yes,
He may
Shifra.
not remember that.
Shifra, enough. And you, like, she doesn't approach the fucking bear.
slashing, kind of like anytime he goes, he kind of jumps at people.
He just like tries to like pet the bear. He's like, shush, shush, shush. Hi.
You scratch my nuts here.
My name is Tillis, and anyone might expect him to like stand up and offer a hand, but he just kind of like reaches out as much as he can.
I just imagine like the corpse of a
With the
gnome.
command, it does like remain calm. It's like it looks like it's agitated. It doesn't look like it's growling as you approach, but as you put your hand forward, it just
Yeah, as
It
he's
is
like
obeying
leaning
the
forward, he's probably
command.
like covering his eyes.
What was the name again?
Tillis.
Tillis. So, may I ask, did the bear bring you here, or did you ride the bear?
both.
Like, do you control the bear?
What's the distinction?
Well, you could have latched onto the bear and it brought you here for no reason, or you could have ridden him here.
Both. I latched onto the
Well,
bear and he
yeah.
brought me here, but I don't know, he listens to what I say. For the most part.
How
I
in hell
imagine
do you
there's
get
some
that
form of
there?
subservience going on, lest it likely wouldn't come through the door.
Well, it does things that it wants to, but it'll listen to me for the most part.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Well,
It does a lot of like hunting and stuff on its own.
well, you're clinging onto it.
Yeah, I made a little rudimentary saddle.
Why aren't you like Shifra actually tries to look at Tilia's legs.
And you can tell from like the saddle he's made, it's very clear that he's like locked in place by like his legs, like his
With like very rough leather straps.
his whole like
Strapped
lower
onto the
body
saddle
is like
rather than-
kept to not really have much movement, which isn't maybe very typical for riding.
Make a medicine check there, Shifra.
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 You gotta roll the shit out of that R to make it really authentic.
With a 10, with an 11, that's actually enough. You look at the evidence presented, and you see the emaciation in the legs. These aren't legs that see use. These are legs that have long since, if ever, been walked upon.
Dear child, didn't you receive healing for that?
For what?
Your legs.
How would they be healed? They're not damaged. They just don't work.
I see.
Your legs don't work,
No.
and they let you leave. That's pretty good.
Who's they?
Don't you have like a overseer or taskmaster? I don't know what you thin bones call them.
I guess so. I don't really have much choice.
Very
Well,
good.
when children in my tribe are born with handicaps like that, our healers tend to mend it. So, to me, it feels wrong that you didn't get the chance to have.
I should say Shifra.
Yes.
There have been cases where there's extremes where it's beyond the healing magic of most.
Yeah.
They're rare because your tribe is quite prolific in its healing magics, but it is possible.
I think Cassandra is like seeing Shifra just dig herself into a diplomatic hole to the point where it might be hard to get back out of it. I think she's gonna like kind of interject, but I think that you're working off some kind of assumption that just because something doesn't work means that it's broken. Some things were not made to do the function that you may think they are. Just because you have legs and so does he does not mean they accomplish the same thing. Something that does not work does not mean it is something without value.
Did I
There may be
ever?
some uncalled for fixation here.
I never said the child did not have merit.
It's okay. No,
Started clawing at the ground.
no, it is
scratching
okay.
the wood.
I was they tried to pass me to healers, but they said there was nothing I could be done. But I learned how to ride, so I can get around.
That's good. Adapt and overcome.
Improvise even.
You never improvise. You always plan.
Bear.
Bear jealous.
It was.
Well, I do apologize if I wounded anyone's. If I wounded your feelings, it was not my intention.
Tillis
Maybe you
kinda-
should buy the boy a drink.
Tillis kind of looks at everyone. And he's just like, "What was that to me? Oh no, I'm fine."
Says he's fine.
But I would take some juice, water.
Let's get some wine.
Okay.
She nods toward the tavern.
And with a few moments, like dealing with the rest of the crowd, they kind of keep their eye about the entire place and eventually see you signaling for them as a young human walks forward with like a slicked back black hair, rough stubble it's kind of growing in, and holding kind of like a notepad ready to take the order. Looks at you all. First of all, I noticed you're not really around a table. You're more so around this whole board. Are you wanting to dine in for the night or just take your meals to go?
What time of day is it? Oh no, my wave
It's
o'clock. What am
around-
I asking?
It's around 2:51 p.m.
About 52 seconds past.
Yeah, more or less. Maybe exactly.
Well, we could have a seat and get to know one another before we head out and do anything.
All right. Well, there's an empty table right over here. I'll take you right there. Whippy, quickie, snippity, dippity, quick.
I love your eloquence.
Thank you. I work hard on it. Anyways, here's the seating as he brings you over to a small little like table in the corner. Enough seats for all of you, and he like looks at you, Ogrelon, and he pulls over 2 seats and puts them together. That'll hold you.
And I sort of shift them under my rump.
One
My
of each
sizable
cheek.
rump. Yeah, that's right.
And as he looks at you all, so what can I get for you tonight? We got a lot of different things available. If you're looking for some baked lamb with gravy and pearl onions, we got that for just 2 silver pieces. Or if you're looking for something a little more cheaper, we got a mutton meat pie for 3 copper pieces for a slice. What do you think? Or if you're looking for drinks, we got that too. We got lots of
3
drinks.
slices of pie.
3
Do you have a
slices of
wooden
pie.
bucket?
Yes. It's
Fill
not
it with
for
the cheapest ale and bring it with my pie.
cheapest of ale. All right. They only run you a silver piece, so a silver, and then 3 slices of the mutton meat pie, 3 copper each. That's 1 silver and 9 copper so far.
Pick up my coin purse. I'm just going to start slowly counting it out.
What
I
else
think,
for
like,
you while he
I
figures
think
that
Tess
out?
holds up her hand, like, in front of him, counting his thing. Just know if we're going to be working together, I insist. I recall in my delivery there was some mulled wine. Was it to your establishment?
Mayhaps.
If it was, I
Oh!
would like some of that.
I recognize your face around here, that's for sure. Well, you won't take any offense to this when I say I have to charge for such a delivery, even because, well, the business goes and so on and so forth.
Life is built on an exchange of goods and services.
All right,
would expect
you're
anything
looking
for free.
you're looking for a bottle or just a glass?
She like looks to the group and says, bottle.
Bottle. All right, that stuff you bought is pretty good. It's gonna be a gold piece for that there bottle.
Just add it to the total.
What gold? Not. What did I say
1
before?
gold, 2 silver.
That sounds right. What else for you?
Do you have
Indulge
watered?
yourselves.
Do you have watered down wine?
I've got the wine I'm bringing you, and I can get you some water. That's for sure.
That would be delightful.
Fantastic. How about you, little bear boy?
Like unfazed by the fucking bear.
You've seen weird stuff in this
He's a tavern
outpost.
keep at an outpost. This is a Wednesday.
I'll have what she's having, wine and water.
Wine and water. All right, sure. Well enough. You got the wine to come and bring you some water, no charge. That'll just be a solid gold and 2 silver pieces for your entire order. How's
I
that
think
sound?
she like holds up her finger to like cut him off. And the birds, the bear.
Oh, you want something for them? What do they eat?
Oh, Ori doesn't need anything. Do you?
Weird.
I didn't ask if he needed it. I asked if he wanted it.
Caw!
Right in my fucking ear. All the time.
I'm not sharing the
a
pie. You
disadvantage.
gotta understand.
These 3 slices are for me.
Can you just do like some meat without the pie and some water?
Yeah, I suppose so. Enough to feed a bear. That's quite a lot of meat you're asking for. Is that what you're looking for, or are you looking for something different?
Well, I have some gold, so enough to feed the bear.
All right. Well, this bear's pretty big. Seen bigger. Tell you what, 5 silver. I'll get him all fed full as he can get.
How much silver is 1 gold?
10.
Okay. Well, here's the gold.
Oh, he takes it. All right. I like your
She
style.
like goes to stop and then just like lets it go.
All right. Well, I'll get you your meals served up or lickety split.
And one
Anything
more.
else for any? Oh, yes. What can I get for you, big spenders?
Just some porridge and some dried fruits, please.
Porridge only costs you a copper piece, and dried fruits, we'll only say 2 copper pieces. That's
Yes.
because of the rarity out here. You know how it is. All
Toss
right.
in the same.
But, you said how much?
You said, was it 4?
I said 3 copper pieces total. 2 for the fruit, 1 for the thing. How much did you cost them? I heard gold. I heard the word gold in there.
No, put it in the bowl.
Basically,
Ah.
Tess is paying for everyone except for Tillis, I guess, if he threw out a gold piece and she doesn't want to like interrupt that. That's rude. So whatever the total is, take a gold from
Alright,
it and she'll pay
1
the rest.
gold, 2 silver for 3 copper pieces.
Then she'll pay that.
You pay that.
Well, that is quite generous.
Very.
Well, can consider this a debt to be repaid with our work together. Do a good job.
Speaking of which, what are you guys capable of?
I'll
You
just
don't-
run off to get those deliveries for you. Sorry, I forgot to mention that we go back to the kitchen. See you soon.
Thank you.
Of course.
Like, what are your capabilities? You do not seem to be the I I seem to be the only native in this group.
Phyllis points to Guz and he's like, he could probably flip a turtle.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pick up a turtle. I picked up more than one turtle before.
2 turtles, one in each hand. It was crazy.
At the same time,
Oh yeah, should have seen
Right.
it. I'll do it for you one day.
I mean, that is quite impressive. Turtles can be quite big.
How big can
Hopefully
they
you
get?
can do half of that soon.
So
So,
you mentioned you were a healer.
I am a priestess of Desna, the Dreamer and Lady Luck. Although I tend to favor Shaylin and Saray at times, but Desna is my mistress, so to speak.
Was it friends of yours? Or...
You could say that, yes.
It's good to have
She
friends.
grants me abilities to heal and to mend the broken, both soul and body.
Even better to have powerful friends.
Indeed.
So you learned
You could
magic
say
from a
that,
god?
yes. And I see that you have the power of money. Look to Sandra.
I would, if it weren't for the blockade. For now I have the power of budgeting.
Economic responsibility is my superpower.
But not exactly sure what you're asking.
My class accountant.
I'm good at getting things that we need. I'm good at getting help from others.
And
I
that's
saw
just
something in your eyes earlier when I hit you. You can do something else, can't you?
No, just I'm good at finding people, I'm good at finding things, and I'm good at trading both.
That's pretty boring.
I have people you can work for.
It has its ups and downs.
Can you find some people for me?
For a fee,
How much?
assuming that they're within the blockade, of course. If they're
He
outside
pours
of the
out
blockade,
all of his gold on the table.
You don't have to pay for that. I will aid
how
you.
much gold is this?
19
19.
gold pieces. Scanner around the table. No small sum. For
Are
a
they
commoner.
within the blockade?
I don't know.
Then you do not have to spend so much.
How much
You
is
do
it?
not know.
If they're within the blockade, I can find them for you. Or at least I can find people who can. If they're not, then I cannot help you.
Well, how would I know? I'm trying to look for him.
Have you seen them within the blockade? Since it's erection? Let's all be adults here.
No.
No.
Sorry, what did Tilla say?
He just said no.
Also no.
Then likely not, but once this blockade is up, I'm sure I can find someone who can do this even better than I. And for that type of payment, I'm sure that you'll get stellar service. But as I said, if they're not here in the blockade, it's not worth my time or yours.
He just kind of looks down and then he looks over to his owl. He just says, "Could you get those for me?" And the owl hops down and probably just starts picking up coin.
But he takes 1 coin, drops in the bag. Takes 1 coin, drops in the bag. Takes 1 coin. Does that 19 times or so.
And then pulls a string and flies it back to him.
Grabs it.
My
Lands on your
legs
shoulder,
don't
drops
work.
it in your
My
hands.
arms only work if I want them to, but I'm pretty
It can be
lazy,
far, he's
so
on a
I don't have
bear.
word for that.
How? What is the bear under the table? He's probably pretty far
Yeah.
from the table.
His hand. I like it better if he's under the table. But the thing is, like, yeah, it's just he's crouched down. He's like a chair now. You're like right at the table surface, and he's just like under the table. And like every once in a while, you guys on the other side like kick something. It's furry, and like you're and you get like a little small scratch on your foot.
The
as it
little
gets,
host guy
knocked
sat us at
back.
a high top to accommodate.
Yeah.
Is this like a like? What
This
kind of
bear's not a
bear is
grizzly
it?
bear. It's
Yeah, I
like,
was how big is this bear?
well, I don't know what type of bear it is because I'm stupid, but I know it's a size roughly of a adult black bear is the size.
Okay, so not like huge.
It's not massive. It's not a
it's
grizzly
smaller
bear.
than
It's not
Gus.
8 feet tall.
Mechanically medium sized.
It's smaller than Guz, probably.
Yes. Guz is probably
Everything
resting
falls
pretty
under.
easily, but it does look strong. So like, it would
Yeah,
give
it's
a
a bear.
Guz a run for its money. His money.
It looks like fun.
Just like a
I
little
wanna
dog.
wrestle him.
And with that, the bartender returns with all of your requested meals and drinks. He's like, "All right, so got all your stuff here. You know, I forgot who ordered what, so I'm just gonna put it down in the middle of the table, and you all figure it out. And if you have any other orders you need made, you know who to talk to."
Much.
All right.
Actually, what's your name?
I'm glad you asked, but do you really care? Is what I want to know.
I do.
Oh, if we have to ask you for more orders, I mean, I gotta ask for somebody.
Right, fair enough. Well, they call me Gref. Nice to meet you.
Griff.
What,
I'm gonna
what
remember
is
that.
this individual? Is this
I
a
mean, I
human?
remember that.
He's a human. That's right.
It is nice to meet you, Graf, and thank you for the service.
All right. Well, nice to meet you too. Well, I got other orders to attend to. Unless you all need anything else, or just want to chat for a few minutes, whatever it is you need, I'm here to provide.
Griff,
let
you
you know.
ever heard about this one? And I go to grab the. I don't. Maybe you put away the notice already. I'm looking for the notice to grab out of
one that we
someone's
pulled down,
hands.
the amulet turtle one.
I think that's
I
the
think
one
it's
we're
like
gonna go for.
slapped in the middle of the table.
Great. I pick it off the table and I shove it in his face with like thumb and forefinger. I'm like, you know about this one?
Is the turtle one?
Yeah.
Is it? Ah. Heard a little bit about that there, their little contract there. Apparently the garrison's looking for some sort of a recompense. Some sort of rich individual in the town who is not to be named, according to the notice, has offered a reward for the return of their little amulet, you see. Other than that, I don't really know much. Just know that someone's got to have a lot of coin to be able to afford a 350 gold bounty, that's for sure. Over a little old amulet, I'd just leave it in the signs. That's what I'd do.
Is it that you can't tell us the name, or that you don't know it?
Well, I know a little bit of details here or there, just not something I'm really supposed to share, you see.
Do you know their name? And
Not
I
really
think
supposed to
she's
share, you
like
see.
putting a gold piece on the table and like sliding it forward.
Make a persuasion check with advantage with the gold piece. Still a lot of money in this stage of the game. And to these outposties.
It's higher than that because I can't roll lower than it.
It's higher than
So
you
it's
said.
19.
19. Well, I suppose since you asked so nicely,
It's our little secret.
yeah, indeed. The one who, spent the coin to get the bounty posted is a fellow by the name of Kelvos Rangmozo.
You're gonna have to type that out one for me, Chief.
That's a very namey name.
What makes it name?
Rangozo? Harder to pronounce.
How
Yeah.
was so?
That's how I pronounce it, anyways. He's some sort of rich merchant type. I don't know. He has a lot of coin to spend, and this amulet seems to be important to him. That's all I really know about the fella. Other than that, you might have to ask him. He's staying here at the as an honored guest of Wizardly Overlord over at Rodore's tent.
This person's last name, Rengomzo. Is this ringing any bell since he's a rich individual?
Make a history check.
Damn, power roll.
17. You've heard of the Rangomzo family. They are much lesser known than yours, but they operate within the region to do a lot of similar services than yours. However, they mostly specialize in fine goods training, like silks, gems, etc., etc. They have a very niche market, with mostly dealing with nobles and other higher ends of society. That's all I can tell you about Slice of the Great Gold Piece. You know, if you need anything else, you know who to ask. Your friend Gref.
I'm sure
Oh,
you'd be
Griff.
thrilled to help.
Oh, for sure, for sure. All right, well, if that is all, gonna get back to my other patrons.
All right, I'll call your name if I need more pie.
For sure, and I'll be quick to answer at you big spenders. Alrighty, see you later. As he darts off.
Gus grabs a piece of pie in his hand, one of the pieces, and just starts going at it.
Yeah, it's small in your hands. You're like, you should have ordered 6, huh?
Tillis, was it?
Tasty though.
What you just did earlier was no small sum. This person you're looking for must be important to you. Do you mind me asking how so?
Well, there's a few people I'm looking for. It's one is my father, the other is my caretaker, and the other one is my wizard tutor.
Wizard?
Oh, he taught me magic.
Is that the owl?
Yeah, he taught me how to summon an owl.
You teach me.
Probably.
Oh, that's good.
It's pretty easy. Do you have a book?
Book?
A book.
Like, of course I have a book.
He reaches down and pulls out a spell book like this. He opens it up. Got runes and symbols and
It's
words.
esoteric, like magical runes carved in with like on fine vellum. It is not like in a lot of things you've seen. Like, because the casters of your ilk's the wrong term here, but it fits. The casters of your ilk are very much spontaneous casters. They don't necessarily use books or scrolls as much as they just,
Do the
I
dance.
don't even know. But yeah, I know what you know. Yeah.
they move around a lot and a lot of magic happens. This is what you've seen.
Like,
This guy's, like,
I have to
licks
write
his
everything down.
fingers.
It helps.
And he's like searching in his clothes that are just like obviously have no fucking pockets in them. He's, oh, what's
He's
the
looking. He's expecting a book.
lost my book?
Oh,
Where did you get yours?
it was given to me. I probably can't give you this one, but I'm sure we can find
Okay.
you a book.
That's good. Yeah, we'll find one at the book
Bookstore.
place. Yeah, where you got your book?
Oh, and it's not in this town, but there
Shit.
probably are some in this town.
Good.
Requisitions officer from the quartermaster.
Might have to wait until after we do the turtle, because I'm gonna need both hands. Can't be carrying a book.
That's true. And how much do
Thought you said you could pick up a turtle in each hand.
Yeah, but
But they
that
never
book
said the
looks like it
books.
would break. You
Oh,
know?
I could
looks...
make you bigger, and then you could probably carry a book and a turtle.
Okay. Sounds good.
How skilled are you? Phyllis.
I was supposedly a pretty quick learner. I know some things. And it is like his water in his mug. He does shape water to kind of like move it around a little bit. Turns it into
Very-
ice
very
and then
impressive.
turns it back into water.
That is very impressive.
Thanks.
But you said you could turn him bigger.
Yeah, or smaller.
No.
Bigger.
Yeah.
Tess like looks at the ceiling above. Perhaps not here.
Yeah,
I
probably not.
have enough to pay for food and wine, but not for building repairs.
He'll be fun in
That
the
is why
desert,
Very true.
and then he could definitely flip a turtle. It'll be easy.
Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna grab my second piece of pie and just go at it.
Down in a few bites, and it's tasty, salty, meaty, and delicious.
Shifra, like she has her porridge, she has her like fruit. It's a very frugal meal compared to like the big fucking pies and meats.
It's cheap and simplistic, but it is filling.
Yeah, exactly.
Cassandra's just drinking her wine.
And
It's alcoholic. These are my descriptions that you can pay for the rest of the campaign.
she's been drinking a lot of water, so she actually takes like the wine and the water and starts filling the water with wine, just to apparently it's very good as a way to purify. Not necessarily
It is.
great, but
In medieval times, ale was safer to drink than water.
yes. So she basically fills her water skin with wine water or water wine. Depends.
Tillis looks for a bowl, doesn't see it. They're just shape waters and puts the water in front of the bear.
Yeah, it's just like it's a hovering bowl of like water. It's like a half sphere as it wakes up globules that kind of float without gravity into its mouth.
Clearly
It's like almost
quite
like
comfortable
gelatin.
with your magic. Use it so flippantly, so conveniently.
Oh, this is really easy.
So I'm sure it is.
That's why for the door one, I think I know what spell could do that. If they leave their door unlocked, someone could just be using prestidigitation.
Prestige what?
It can open doors, and it can
It's a,
change flavors.
it's a fancy magical term for party tricks.
Oh, like thaumaturgy.
No.
Not at all the same. I'm no conjurer of cheap tricks.
No, prestidigitation is more of an effect on other things as opposed to what you spoke of, which is more of an effect on yourself.
You know a lot about magic too.
That all Morloffs know of magic.
Well, all Gosrocks know next to nothing about magic, so got a good crowd here. Good crowd to learn.
Spread.
Well, some people are
Sorry.
born with it and some people aren't and learn it themselves. Luckily, you seem to have someone here who is just one of those.
Can I see your book?
This is, it's not a spell book. I don't use spell books.
Oh. What do you use? Scrolls?
I think she like shifts around a little bit and taps on the pendant on her neck. Use these. It's a focus.
Use
I'm
them.
sure you're familiar.
Oh.
So you use your faith?
Yeah, I
No.
know what a focus is, but I guess you just have all your spells memorized. That's pretty cool.
No gods, no books. Just
Only
effort.
man.
It's effort and magic. And understanding.
Looks to Gazrak at that point. Not all magic is dependent on the mind, though. It can all be based on faith.
Hey,
Faith.
I've got quite the mind. And as I shove the last remaining piece of pie down into my face.
Perhaps if this working relationship with you all proves fruitful over the next few days, perhaps we can continue this. If it's profitable, I'm interested.
How do you pay for the magic?
In a sense, You
to
pay
work on.
for it, but not
That's
with
why we
coin.
need all those coins. All right. Let's get to
Coin-
it.
You know what? Sure. Yeah.
Coins isn't everything, but it can help in the long run, yes.
It is most things.
You know,
That's exactly what I was thinking, actually.
my
It is
dad
a thing.
my dad bought me a tutor, but I won't charge you. I don't even know how much to charge.
Free?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Thought I might have to rumble someone on the way out, you know, but we'll save that for later. Yeah. Okay.
So,
This is such an interesting group. I'm simply bored and I want to do something, so
it's a
if
little
you-
early. Go ahead, finish, sorry.
so if you intend to go out there and risk your lives to poking at Topple the Turtles,
Wait, this is
I
dangerous.
will.
I don't think
Portal.
we have any intentions of risking anything. Except for our
Well,
time.
someone is paying 350 golds for it.
Is that a lot?
Because they simply cannot approach this turtle, they say. I'm assuming there's magic afoot, and these are just likely not very magically attuned individuals. I recognize the family name. They're merchants. Small-time merchants, but merchants are the same, not mages. And it seems, while unlikely, it's quite fortunate that 3 of the 4 of us, or I suppose 3 of the 6 of us, 7? 3 of the 7 of us gathered here are
The 3 of the 8,000.
spellcasters. And 3 of them are... 2 of them, sorry, she wouldn't know the bear. 2 of them are magically attuned. I feel we have a better chance than most at simply being able to approach and do as we feel.
Oog, real quick. Are magic users common in this world?
Fairly. Like, more common than, like, most settings. I'd say roughly as common as, like, Forgotten Realms. Like, you know, you run like costs like a magic user every fucking 5 minutes there.
Hmm.
Throw a stone, you'll hit a magic user. So roughly around there, or it's like, you know, we're in the age of high magic.
I'm assuming that we're the only level 3 spellcasters here.
Maybe.
Yeah. Ah, cool.
Don't know about the
Maybe.
wizard that lives in the fucking tent over there. He
Right,
might
right.
be a little higher level.
We don't talk about him. He smokes pot all the time. It's
Yeah,
weird.
it's cheaters, DM self-insert.
Yeah. DMPC, cheater.
Well, call it intuition.
Every
then.
NPC higher level than me is a cheater.
Then call it just intuition. I do not really trust things like that, but I would like to help. If you get hurt, I will gladly aid you. At no cost.
Let's hope it
Don't
doesn't
have that
come to
many coins, so that is a good deal.
Oh, you can have some of mine.
Coin isn't really necessary for me.
Reaches over and hands you 3 coins.
Thank you, but no
It's
thanks.
tiny in his huge ogre hand.
Coin is only not necessary for those who have none or those who have too much.
That's a fancy amount of words.
The term you're looking for is
Come on!
eloquence.
Excellence.
Yes,
That's right.
Ori. I agree, Ori.
Birds nodding.
The bird nod.
Like
Somewhat
spiritual-
sarcastically.
Ori, stop talking about your industrial ideas.
Stop talking about seizing the means of production.
Your gold? Our gold.
Go.
I think Gus
Well,
is gonna go at his bucket
I know
of
that you
ale.
have- That's
Yeah. Glug, glug, glug. It fits in your hand like almost like a large tankard. So just
Which is why you take the bucket.
Yeah, exactly. It's just easy down in one shot. Make a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Drunk and
Wow, 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 wow.
First roll of the campaign.
First natural 20. That's a hero point.
You
Heroes roll
slam it
20s.
down on the table and you kind of crack the table a little bit with your force and just. That's good. That's good. It's a lot better than the swill you're used to drinking in your camp. And with this, you wait for a minute. You're like, wait, it tastes better. But where's the feeling? Where's the tingliness? It's not coming. What's going on here? Have you been
Oi.
gypped?
Thin bone bruise. Oh, well, I'm done my meal. And I'm
And
just
I'm
gonna sort
done.
of look around the table.
Because I suppose if we're all done here,
Tillis probably had like 2 forks full and just starts scarfing it down.
That's
Oh, yeah.
good. That's
Oh,
good stuff,
God.
boy.
I'm done. Where could go? Don't
All
leave
right.
me.
Please don't go. With that, it's a little early, but let's take our 10-minute break here instead of 30 minutes in the future, when it otherwise would be, to kind of like, break, take our time, stretch our legs, get our food, drinks, whatever it may be, and we'll hop back in about 10 minutes. So at around 8:30 or 8:41, we'll hop back in and get to the rest of the session.
cool.
Okay. Cool.
See you guys then.
See you
Sounds
guys
good.
then.
I'll be back.
And it sounds like we're gonna be doing the Tortle quest.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that your personal copy, Chef?
Yes, I got
So
it.
cool.
Yes, I'm so happy. Like there was a guy who sold for like $10
Oh, nice.
because he hadn't been playing it for like 20 years. But
Okay.
yeah, I regret getting this. I've never used it. I'm like, yeah, I could take it from your hands.
Yeah. I wouldn't say no.
Yeah.
That's
Because
pretty
I'm
cool.
considering getting a full set, but it's gonna be piecemeal. Because
Right.
yeah, and hopefully run a game in second edition at some point in my life.
Is this the edition where it has like separate stats for opening doors?
No, I think that's the same system that Lamentations
Okay.
are using. Because like,
Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Fuck that
yeah,
game.
but
I
it's
died
so-
like a bitch in that game several
it's so
times.
jank. It's such a jank system, but it's so fun.
My girlfriend's like, that game fucking sucks. I hate that game.
You don't play Lamentations to win.
You don't play Lamentations to have any kind of attachment to your character.
No.
It is a meat grinder.
Oh, you want to heal someone? Help.
Two characters.
We can't even hear her, I don't think. But yeah, we
can hear her. We can
the
hear
game
her.
that ran that for me has a wall in the room, and every time someone lost a character, he would pin their character sheet to the wall. It basically became wallpaper, and like more than half of it was me. Yeah.
Yeah, you
What
don't
was this?
play. You don't play spellcasters in that game. You don't. No, like magic in that game is
Actually,
horrific.
that's not true. I played Magic once, and I think I lasted a session. Yeah, it's real bad. But yeah, it's
Or
a
Raised
fun
Dead.
system for like a short term kind of thing. I think it's
Yeah,
funny.
like I intend on writing a small like convention
Mhm.
game. Basically escaping a endless tavern. You open the doors, you leave the tavern, but you return through the same door.
Mm.
Yes.
Oh, some kind of weird
Basically
loop.
Eldritch horror.
Mm. Sounds like a Call of Cthulhu game.
Yes, and Lamentations is very Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's like Call of Cthulhu like theme, I guess, flavor wise, but it's just like AD&D mechanics, right?
Yeah.
It was like very old school D&D. Besides the what's it called, the hit below the AC thing. I forget what that was called. That
Yeah,
nightmare.
Facto.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Not
optimal.
that crunchy.
No. Oh, Fuzzy Cat turns into high definition cat.
Yeah, when it pierced the veil, you know.
My cat changed into a different cat.
I'm happy that I got a job because now I have a wall full of games.
Right.
Ugh. Ooh.
Behold, all of
Behold.
this
Yeah.
is
What's up,
all RPG games.
Nerd.
Oh, a cat. Another cat. A new cat.
I think you can kind of see this. Was this right hand? Yeah, this whole thing is games.
Oh, just so you guys know, like back here is my library, my Royal Archive is where I keep
Oh,
all
yeah,
my
yeah,
tomes
yeah.
and stuff. It's way in the back. You wouldn't really be able to like see the details making out, but you know, just know it's
Where's-
there.
It's
What
way in the
T-Rex?
distance.
Where's the T-Rex librarian?
Way back there. Way,
Oh.
way inside the building, kind of hiding
Yeah,
in.
somewhere.
We made an entrance in the back so they can get in. It's pretty lit,
My arms are so small.
but my eyes and my brain, it's so big. I want to learn more.
It is torture.
So,
Get a book.
as we hop back into the session here, we all kind of gather around the board, or the table rather, holding the 3 quests that we may embark upon. As we do, the group is there, finishing up their conversation and planning on which endeavor to undertake. There are the 3. Just in short, there's the turtle flipped on its back. There's the cloud in the distance. And there is the disappeared, the individuals of the shantytown disappearing mysteriously after a few days after their supposed break-ins.
Okay.
But
Sorry, we were that
conversations.
information. People disappearing after, like the victims of break-ins were disappearing.
Yeah, here I'll reword this premise entirely. Like, residents of the shantytown are waking up to the doors of their hovels wide open. There are no signs of forced entry, and nothing appears to have been stolen. But a few days later, there is no trace of the occupants. So they wake up,
Mm.
they're there, and then a few days later they disappear.
Yeah, that sounds too dangerous. It's not worth the time. Let's just go find a pendant and flip a turtle. Pays more,
Well,
less
I like
do
risk.
to
you not
save one.
want to help the residents of this town? I mean, if they start disappearing, every one of them, there won't be anything left.
Then the level of the draining of the remaining supplies will diminish, and perhaps the supplies we have in the barricade will last a bit longer.
I'll just bring you to this map for now. Welcome to the Starfall Oasis. In the center of town, of course, there is this large asteroid meteor. Meteor is the one that falls to Earth. That has impacted into the ground here. It glows with this various blues and green arcane energy that swirl around it as the oasis has been formed. There's a small fisherman's hut that kind of garners fish that mysteriously appear from the underground river channels that this asteroid has struck into, seemingly. Rodore's tent. Rodor's? I don't remember what I said. One of the two. Tent is where the wizard kind of lives and conducts his duties. Starfall Trading Post. It is what it sounds like. It's a trading post for the outpost. Wanderer's Remedy is an alchemist shop that kind of exists in this vicinity that sells potions and the like. The abandoned mill was here long before the outpost was. This used to be a farmland that was rich, dense, and green before the asteroid fell and wiped out the area. Long time ago. And the Sandcrawler's dwelling is the small tribal dwelling of the Sandcrawler tribe, who have inhabited this area for generations.
Who would I have delivered my shipment to?
Rodore's tent. Rodore's tent? Rodore. I like Rodore. We're going to Rodore.
Sounds very wizardy.
Yeah. Yeah. Not to cut off your conversation, but that is like
Oh, cool.
this. I wanted to explain this map when I put it up, so I don't forget. And then there's large lamps, these large arcane lamps that are constructed around the perimeter that kind of light up the area even in the night.
Okay. Do these look like normal magic lamps? Or did they have like sigils
People attached to them? Oh no.
or like borders?
Different game.
No, they basically arcane lamps. They're powered by magic, so they have runes and such inscribed upon them. But they are like, it's like an advanced form of the light spell put into an enchantment.
Ever burning torch or whatever it is, continual flame, something like
Yeah,
that.
but a lot more extreme because it covers a lot greater of an area.
Sure.
Yeah, and they do seem to have like large. In case you guys want to steal something, there's like large arcane crystals in the lamps, like that seem to like power this extreme source. That could probably be quite valuable if you like haul them out of there. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It's fucking your game. You figure it out, fuckers.
I figure for our first run, you could call a trial run, I suppose, that we take one that's less dangerous. In the event that we encounter anything, we can find out what all we can do, find out what our friend Gazruk here can do, and then maybe we can move on to, I want to say bigger and better, but less paying. That's the direction you want to go.
Well, I am up for either.
I say we make the money now, and then we can make our decisions with more comfort.
I like the turtle because he seems like he needs help, and he seems easy.
This is
Yeah.
true.
I can pick up a tool.
And
Easy.
it's a
Easy.
We got
Turtle,
all the
right?
tools we need to solve this quest.
As long as we can find
hearing
them.
turtle, right? Not turtle, like turtle,
Turtle.
like a person.
Turtle, like the
cool.
humanoid turtle creature. Not a turtle, but a turtle.
Okay, just making sure.
It's like
we're
a
helping
fantasy
person and not
twist
an
on the
animal.
Blade Runner question.
It's not a bronze dragon, at least.
It might be.
Could be.
Yeah, not that we know.
Polymorph. Alter self.
Polymorph.
All that good stuff.
Well, where is it? This poor turtle.
We need to go ask Calvos
Some nerd.
Ragamuffin.
Yeah,
That's
his
exactly
name.
what you said.
That's his name. Well, I said like the 3,000th time I've heard that. Anyways,
I somehow prefer that name.
Calvos Ragamuffin.
Is that not his name? You know
Tillis-
his name. You're
Tillis
good with
looks at
letters.
the sign and he goes, "It's pretty close. Not quite though."
Do you think that you should perhaps practice his name before we talk to him?
Tell it to me one more time, just to be sure.
Calvos Rangomzo.
Rangomzo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Calvin Rangomzo. I can't keep it straight for it, sorry.
God, what's the general relation between the Morloffs and the Ringonzos? Is it? You said that they're like small time, so I don't think we would consider them like competition or rivals. but
Exactly
how do
that.
they view us?
how you view them is like you ignore them because they're not a threat. It's
Right.
like it's whatever. It's just they're fucking dealing with gems and fucking fineries.
Silks
We
and
do that
jewelry.
and more.
Mhm.
With them, they look at you as competition. You
Okay.
provide the same service they do at a cheaper cost because of your vast
Mhm.
empire, as it were. Your family is able to outsource these same goods at a lower cost because they're able to compensate for the employees and the workers and such with it's getting too economic, it's getting too political. With cheaper service, cheaper cheaper prices, and overall, there's a cheaper final number for them.
I feel that if we find him, I can perhaps leverage my family's name. And you know, we are doing this for him, but whatever other information we may need, find out if perhaps it's not all just flip a turtle and grab a necklace.
That
Might
was
be
like,
more
what
to
is-
it.
you're fucking
Where do
stupid,
people
do
like
everything
you
else.
spend their time? Because I don't
Where do
know.
what?
Where people like you? Where are we going to find Calvos Rangomo? Sorry,
From
Rango-
what I gather
Rangomzo.
of them, if we step outside the building, just look for the most ostentatious building we can find.
The most ostrich building. Yeah, okay, let's go.
Yeah.
There aren't that many buildings, though.
And it
No.
should be easy.
True. Although, if they're merchants, they might just have a tent. Or maybe go to the trading post.
I'm sure someone will know where he is. Just, I suppose while we're walking around, anyone who's wearing silks or finery or jewelry, we ask them.
Right,
You
well, you
mean-
know those big words, so you should probably do the talking, and I'll stand behind you
And not do the talking.
and not probably talk to this person.
You sure? This could be a good time to practice.
Well, you tag me in.
He's fucking wrestling.
Sure. I will, call on your aid when I need it.
Good. I tried to give you a lighter clap on the shoulder.
I think she
But still,
like braces a little bit. Knows it's coming. Closes her eyes and just like waits for it to happen.
you're gonna have a bruise there later.
Fair enough. So are we done here?
For now, I'd say.
Right.
And I bring the rest
Hang
of the
on, you fellers. As you hear like a familiar voice of, I know you're good. That's not the right voice accent. I can't get back in the accent.
Hi, Graf.
It's me, Gref. No, I still can't get the accent. What the fuck?
Graf.
This is me, Gref. Welcome back.
He was kind of
Welcome back to the.
There you go.
Nope,
No,
that's
it.
partially right. Well, I got some things for you. Still kind of Irish. What the fuck's wrong with me?
I thought it was
Scottish.
Irish.
It was
like
Irish for a
Cockney
minute.
Irish.
It wasn't Irish originally. It was supposed to be like northeastern. They're not gonna worry about that. So I got some. Nope.
Just send it.
I'm just gonna say it. So I've got some things for you.
This isn't Graf.
I've got this complimentary mug for such a big spender as you. I wanted to give it to you. It's a little bit of a prize item that only collectors get from coming here, eh? I remember it now. It took only a few minutes to say. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Right. Hey,
It's
coming
like
on
a
around.
goblin if
Hey.
it was a mafioso.
Like a mafioso, hey, goblin mafioso. I have figured it out in the end. That's what matters. Oh, got Irish there at the end. Fuck this. Fuck this old accent game. Anyway, so I figured you might want something to remember the place, and if you do, well, I've got you taken care of. So take this mug. It has the Starfall or the Split Sky Tavern written on it and stuff. It's made of fine metals or something. You take it, you carry it, you refill it here, and every single month it gives you a free drink here at the tavern. How's that sound, eh?
Any drink?
Any drink we've got. That's right, you can fill this thing full of whiskey if you like. Hey, it's a good deal, eh? Isn't it?
Why do they call
How-
it?
how
the
big-
Tavern
how
of
what
the
size
Split
is it?
Sky?
I call it the Tavern of the Split Sky because, well, I know you might not know this as you're tourists and all, but
I don't.
this place, this whole oasis, is founded around this here meteor. I don't know the scientists call it,
That's okay.
but
The Starfall.
we call it the Tavern of the Split Sky, as the sand crawlers have this legend of this rock that pierced the sky and split it in half as it fell to the ground and ravaged the area. See, and as it did, it earned its name.
Who are the
And hence we-
Sandcrawlers?
The Sandcrawlers are these group of orcs who have inhabited this area long before us humans have, you know. And they know a little bit more about the land, but they themselves are adjusting to the changes in the climate. See, it's been a little bit of a different battleground for them.
Wait,
Used to the grasslands of the Empire, but now they're getting the deserts of Shanval. A lot of different changes for them. See,
So do they let you? Did they let you put up your tavern here? Is it?
they really couldn't stop the Imperium. You see, the Imperium's a lot more strong than these simple tribals. And when this wizard came into town, you know, nothing really could stop them. And when they had the backing of the Imperium, after all.
We
Oh.
have found some groups of these and lost in the desert. So yeah,
So is it peaceful here typically with the
Yeah,
wizard?
yeah. They don't really care. Anytime any of them sandcrawlers try to get some funny ideas, our big wizard friend just sends a firebolt their way and roasts their face.
Oh,
Banned.
doesn't seem very nice.
Removed.
It is what it is. It's just one of those situations where, like, hey, sometimes stronger folks come in, and you gotta be able to adjust.
How often
That's
does that
happened
happen?
one of, well, depends on where you are, but around here, well, only once in recent history.
Oh, I mean the firebolt.
Oh, the firebolt. That hasn't happened in a while. The sandcrawlers have learned their place, so to speak.
hmm.
Everyone
Ben,
just
is
like,
there any limit on the number of these notices we can take?
no, not at all. I mean, I prefer you like copy them down to like your own notes, so like some other people could take interest in it if you guys die or whatever. But like, take as many as you'd like. Whoever completes it first and gets back to the poster, that's who gets the reward.
I think
Well, I don't plan on dying, so I guess we
Tess
can
is
just
gonna
take
actually
one.
Lean into Shifra.
What's that?
Tess is like leaning into Shifra's ear and kind of whispering this to just her. What do you think the odds are that these burglaries that result in disappearances is perhaps related to this Sandcrawler oppression? I'm not from here, but
If can I roll for like what would sandcrawlers do? Like, would they pick people up in the middle of the night,
Make
or
a
like
history
mark them somehow?
Yeah, make a history check.
While he's doing that, Tillis looks at Guz and he goes, "Are you a sandcrawler?"
Oh no, no, never crawled on sand. Not an orc. Orcish blood. Different kind of orc. Never met a sandcrawler. I don't think I've ever met a sandcrawler.
Probably not. I mean,
Okay.
like, if it was loose relations.
cousins.
9. See where you look at. Like,
We do not
you've,
really.
you've like loosely dealt with the Sandcrawlers in the sense that like you've loosely dealt with any of their tribe. You don't know much about their customs or their traditions, especially when it comes to
Problem-
war.
I can't really say. Before this area became desert, it was grasslands. We didn't really stick to this region. We kept away from them, so I cannot really say. But
How recent is the whole Starfall
That was actually going to go to
sky
my next
split
questions.
A
desert
few
appearing?
decades, around like 5 or 6 decades.
50 or 60 years. Okay.
I could say that, but I'm gonna say decades. It sounds more mysterious.
Yeah.
Was there
Or
water here
fantasy.
before the starfall, or is the water coming from the meteor?
No, see, there was a this water. Well, it's weird. The meteor struck down, right? A few
Mhm.
decades after, some would say. There
would say
was
that?
Getting some John Malkovich coming in now, and I'm kind of liking it.
there was some sort of water that sprung forth these past few years. This wasn't always the case, but the case has brought back some vegetation and some life back to the area. We're always happy to see such things because that makes our life a lot more easier, see? But now, but to answer your question, now there's it's a lot different than it was, say 5 or 10 years ago.
In what way?
There's a big meteor that made water happen.
And does the water go down, or as you guys use it, does it always stay at the same level?
Yeah, it refills itself. Seems there's some sort of infinite source of down below, at least as far as we can tell.
One's delved
If
into
you
the
wanna,
pool.
well, there's been one who's delved into the pool, and that's Rodore himself. He's been looking into it and making sure everything's all good, but he doesn't share his findings.
no
to
water
himself.
source is infinite.
That's not what Rodore says, but
Sounds
it is what it
entirely true.
is.
Well,
Infinite
let's
sources
hope
are
he's
fairly
fine.
commonplace in higher magics.
Yeah, water's easy or whatever.
The lanterns outside are a simple case of this.
Sure. Keep it lit up even in the dark. Makes it hard to sleep sometimes in the night without some blinds, you know what I mean?
what I'm saying is, taking things for granted can be devastating. So let's hope you're right that it's just endless water.
How did the water taste?
Pure.
Endless?
Endless.
Tasted of infinity.
I drowned in the water because it never
Third
stopped.
eye opens up.
Like
We're
the
all part
third.
water, Genasi.
Wow. Yeah, and
Right,
it tastes
well.
pure, clean, like the cleanest water you've ever tasted. Tastes like it's been through a Brita water filter.
Are there fish in the
Doubtful.
water?
There are.
Where'd they come from?
They come from the underground. See, they swim up from the lower
from the
little
rock?
fissures.
They're space
The
fish?
underneath the fish, underneath the rock is what I've understood.
Oh.
That's where they come from.
There are
Underground water
several,
source.
Subterranean fish?
Subterranean fish. That's what I've heard.
there are
Is there,
several
like, a-
oases out there. So. Oh, please go on.
There were a lot of
there a
questions asked of
large
me. Hey, see?
Body of water
I'm sorry.
around,
curious.
like, relatively connected to the desert? Is there like a sea or a lake or something like that? Like, geographically connected to this desert? Kess is thinking that the fish have got to be coming from somewhere and that this underground thing is just a tunnel that's leading from like an ocean or a sea or a lake, and the fish are leaving that via this tunnel to come to this oasis.
No.
Okay.
I mean, yes. There is one miles away, like
Yeah,
over
like
50, 60 miles away.
Sure.
To the northwest, there's like a large body of water.
That's her running theory.
Griff, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take up your time. Thank you for the mug. Does anyone want this?
You should keep it. It's right size for you.
It's a souvenir. It's free drinks.
And
Why
it has a
shouldn't you hold on to
lovely.
it?
It has a lovely font on it too.
What's the symbol
Whoever
on
wants
it?
to
Is
take-
it of the like meteor?
There wasn't necessarily a symbol on it as much as there was
Just
the
the name.
name of the tavern and the a symbol, like the emblem of the tavern, which is the falling meteor kind of in flight as an emblem.
Splitting the sky, even.
Yeah, splitting the sky even. Yeah, that is the emblem that you
Is the
Final
eye
battle.
on the word split the meteor? Please. Stylize it, logo design. It is. I don't care what you tell me.
it is if the eye is
Literally
bigger.
Be
It
that.
is if the eye is bigger than the rest of the text, because it's like
Yeah.
it is the like whole emblem of the thing. So yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Whoever wants to take that can add to their inventory. It's £1.
I think it's a nice souvenir. It's rude to turn away a gift.
Ugh.
I think you should keep it.
Okay. He just kind of like ties it onto his waist. And
That sounds.
he looks
As you-
happy
as
with
you
his
do,
new
it,
trinket.
like, it swishes around with some sort of liquid, and as you open it, it seems to be filled with ale.
Oh, it's like a tankard with like a lid on it.
Yes.
Oh my god! It's like a Disneyland Slurpee thing.
He hands it to Gus. He's like, "Oh, do you want this?"
Oh, you don't drink ale?
No, not supposed to.
Well, couldn't hurt. And I just gonna down it, and I'm gonna hand the tankard back. But
This is not a substance that, like, not an amount of a substance that would really impede you. So you just glug it down easily enough, and you hand it back. And now you have the empty
One
tankard.
single gulp.
big boy,
Thank you.
What was his name? Was it Gref or Gren?
Gref.
Gref. Okay, I don't know where I'm getting Gren from. This
Cheater. That's what.
Kelvos that you didn't tell me about. You wouldn't happen to know his location, would you?
Oh, I suppose I'm still here. Get back in Irish. Lost it again.
You're a gangster.
I'm a gangster. I am a gangster. That's right. That's all it is.
Gangster
So-
John Malkovich.
I'm just you're looking for this individual, I see. I got you taken care of. Well, this here, that's the wrong notice. There we are. This here, Kelvos, like I said, he's staying in the, he has a little tent set up in the Rodorus' compound over to the, a little bit north of here. You can talk to him if you like, but I mean, he'll probably like to talk to you a lot more if you got his amulet, know what I'm saying?
I think I could
Ah.
coax words out of it myself. Thank you.
Sure thing. Well, I'm gonna head back into the tavern and get back to work. So see you all later, eh?
Bye.
All right. Goodbye.
See ya.
Charming fellow.
Yeah, he was nice.
How far into the desert is this? If you know.
You have a general location, but not much. It's just to the southwest is generally where you've been directed for this particular hook.
And how far off? Estimately.
A couple miles, probably.
I guess like how long
4
of a travel
miles.
was? I'm imagining that Cassandra came here from Celembria, Basilius of Celembria. So how long of a journey would that have been, like on cart/carriage?
Stupid question.
Yeah, I know.
Such stupid,
Uh,
relevant questions. How dare you?
From Columbia, it's along the road. It's 8, 24, 32, 38, 40, 46, 54, 62, 70 miles.
70 miles, got it. Got a 42, 42, 42, 51, 51, 51, 70 miles, 70 miles.
Is that
Auctioneering
right?
these numbers at me. Okay.
You're welcome.
And this outpost is even more east. It's east of Celembria, right?
Technically, it's west,
Okay,
but it's
okay.
southwest.
I know Celembria is like the far east. I didn't know if
It
this was
is.
even
This
further.
is
Okay.
this is more west, and there is a vast. This is the confusing part of my world design. There is a vast desert to the east. This oasis is not part of that. This this 8 mile or so area desert is in the middle of a grasslands, in the middle of like a
It
steppe
used to be
area.
grasslands, and then it was
used
turned
to
into a
be,
desert.
and then meteor and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay. Gotta get our geography straight.
Yeah, 100%.
So, which means this is going to be dangerous. Because the desert, there are no things out there that are kind or will want to try to keep us alive. So bring water, bring food, bring weapons. That is what we need.
I've got my wine.
And do you have any thicker clothing? A hood?
Looks down and back up. Says, well, this is adequate for the journey here. I assume it's adequate for the journey out.
You were in a wagon.
I was.
We're getting cloaks for you. All of you.
The cloak. Good.
Sure, if that's an important thing for you.
The sun will scorch you if you try to stay out for too long in the midday sun. And even in the evening, it will get cold. Thick clothing will save you.
Sure.
Layered thick clothing, mind. And like her clothing is like multiple layers of varying clothes, thinner, heavier and heavier.
Okay, well, there's the trading post. We can go check there for anyone selling them. Perhaps we could buy the clothes off the backs of the people in the shanty towns. They could use the money. Probably cheaper.
Probably. But if you do not want to bring it, it's up to you. I'm just giving tips. Survival tips.
Sure.
Yes.
Maybe in the
So
event
what-
that we leave the town, we do as
So
you
what-
recommend.
So with that, are we going towards the shanty town to acquire clothing for the journey, or are we going to the trading post?
I think it's
Or is
pertinent
it
to know
not?
where we're going before we start planning for it. I think we should give our friend Kelvos a visit.
Yeah.
True.
So you start to approach the tent of our wizardly overlord.
The wizard?
That's the question? Is like, is that what
yes.
you're doing?
The door.
Alright. So, as you head over to the front of Adore's tent, you see a large wooden palisade surrounding this cloth tent that seems to kind of create a little fortress area. In the front, there is a few other tents that kind of accompany the massive tent itself. But you see two guards who are kind of on horseback, manning the gates and say, "Halt! What business do you have with the wizard?"
Hello, my name is Cassandra Morloft. I believe we met a few weeks back when I delivered your shipment. And these are my friends. And I think she turns and like slaps Gusrock on the arm or the back and says, "You're tagged in."
Oh yeah, it's a good friend. Not looking for the wizard. We're looking for. I've written it down. Kelvos Rangomzo, obviously.
All right,
She's just
well,
nodding, very proud.
Kelvos is a honored guest of the wizard, and I would have your business with him before I fetch him.
We're here to talk to him about a turtle.
Yeah, it's his business with us.
About the contract that he posted. Good enough. Hey, and he looks over to his man. You got this? Yeah, I got this. And then he rides off into the tent. About 5 or say 10 minutes pass as eventually this horseman returns, and behind him a finely dressed human in exotic clothing. It's like, fine silks and embroidered with gemstones and so on and so forth, kind of along his clothing. He is starting to gray at the top of his crown. Got long flowing hair, but it is starting to gray. The very tip, the rest of it is dark black. He has a handlebar mustache that is also graying right at the tips. And he looks at you. So, I supposedly was only supposed to go through the tavern owner with this, but it seems that you have taken the initiative and have come to ask me questions in my very busy schedule. So, what do you have to ask me?
Well, where's the turtle?
That I thought was adequately described on the parchment I left in the tavern. To the southwest, just shy of the road, is where I encountered the being. That is where I lost my amulet.
Are you?
You're like, is that what we wanted? Guys didn't think you'd get this far.
Huh?
I have some further questions, if you mind.
Fantastic. I'm happy to answer them.
I'm Shifra of Clan Kasari.
Great.
This guy's very positive.
To Shafter Road. Have there been any sightings of anything out there? Any dangers? Or any reason for this turtle to be out there? And why would you have approached him?
It's less that we approached him, more that he appeared in front of us as our guide decided to take a shortcut through the dunes. You see, we wanted to follow the road, as it were, but he decided, our guide, to cut straight through the dunes to save time. It is there we encountered our turtle friend.
This guide of yours, who is he? Is a nomad?
Some wanderer. He has moved on since, got out of here before the blockade happened, unfortunately.
So you're saying this turtle just appeared? Out of
Appeared
nowhere?
in our path, and we were all compelled to run away, as it seems.
Were you right next to it when this effect happened?
Uh, 15 or 20 feet away, yes.
So you did not see him before it was too late, so to speak.
It was already there. It appeared in front of us. Correct.
Appeared. That is good to know. Was it right in the middle of the desert? Was it in like crags or any?
It was sitting on a sandbar, just sort of hovering around his back, looking helpless until it suddenly looked frightening. Threatening. It was quite terrifying.
Were you wearing the amulet?
I was the time, but I tripped and fell over the dunes. That is where it fell off. Somehow.
Is your amulet or is it magical in any way?
Yes.
And what does it look like?
It looks like a small glass orb on the end of a chain. It has a little bit of an inscription, looks like an eye onto it.
That is adequate for me. Do you have any other questions? Looks to the group.
No, but at the sound of he's saying it's magic, Tillis goes very excited. He goes, Cassandra, I can detect magic. I can maybe find it. Sam.
It's very useful. Very good.
Should be easy.
Just could be easy money.
No
Fiona
questions.
rolls
from
her
me.
eyes.
I think she even like puts her hand like kind of in the like on his shoulder. Or actually, probably not. Maybe like on his leg, because I assume he's pretty up on a bear.
He doesn't feel it, but he looks at you.
It's fine. I just need him to feel it emotionally.
Thank you for your time, good sir.
Of course. I will see you when you have returned with the amulet, I trust.
Before we depart, hi, Cassandra
Hi.
Morloft. I just had one simple question. I'm sure this is silly, but it's the way that we do business, you see. This amulet is yours, correct?
That is correct.
And you said that it is magical.
It is magical.
In the unlikely event that we discover this amulet and are accosted by creatures of the desert, bandits, anyone else who is after this notice with the very generous reward attached to it, should we be attacked by such, would this amulet prove useful?
No,
Fair enough.
it is useful in studies and finding specific informations. That is all.
And is there anything we should know about means of transport, things to not do with the amulet? I don't know if this is
Do whatever you
limited
want
amount of
with the
usability.
amulet. Just do not steal it from me.
Of course.
It is most useful in my mercantile business.
What's it do?
Like I said, it makes information written down more readily available.
Oh,
Would I know what this is?
like comprehend
Like, is it something
languages?
that's commonly used?
Nothing you guys have heard of. Stupid nerds.
Bunch of nerds.
I didn't know if this is like a common thing that higher-end merchants use.
Enchantment that my family has taken great care to craft.
I see. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for meeting with us. Hope to have the amulet in your hands with the quickness.
Of course. I will get back to my tent now, if you do not mind.
Sure. Give Redoy my regards, by the way. You wouldn't mind.
If I see him today, he's too busy with his studies, it seems.
As I'm sure he is. But in either case, let him know that the Morlofts appreciate his patronage.
Sure.
Just to salt the wound a little bit.
Mm.
And then she'll give like a curt bow, curtsy, nod kind of thing.
How you do? As he disappears back into the encampment.
Nicely
there.
done, Gus.
Sounds like I don't even have to lift the total.
Perhaps
I
not.
mean,
Well,
Hardest part's out of the way.
well, why not? That's if there's someone out there who is in need of help, and if we can help it and get the amulet, I'd say it's worth helping this individual. He might even
is that what
looks
your
to
friends tell you?
looks to Tess and then goes, and maybe they will reward us, I suppose.
Great. Well, then we'll do both.
Sure. There's
Okay,
always
cool.
the potential.
Everyone has potential.
So we need clothes.
And she just so heads toward the direction of the trading post or the encampment?
Whichever one Schiffer would believe. I assume we
Trading
can probably
post.
get clothing from either. The trading post is probably more expensive.
You had to,
But
yeah, you had the shanty town.
is probably helping poor people by buying the clothes off of their own backs.
It's helping and worsening in some ways.
Exploiting the poor.
It is exploiting the poor, where it's like, this is the choice. I'll clearly broadcast it in this early game, but future moral choices, I might not as broadcast it clearly because I'm lazy. So, the moral choice here is: do you go to the merchant, who is probably more costly, but will provide you goods that don't belong to anybody, or will you go to the shantytown and buy goods from the poor because they are desperate and need coin to survive, and thus will sell their luxuries, quote unquote, of not being cold/hot in the desert? It's a choice. Up to you.
You seem to have the most moral quandaries with these types of things, so I leave it entirely in your hands.
Moral
Do we give money to people who don't need it, or do we give money to the people who do in exchange for what little they have?
You are not speaking about giving. You're speaking about trading, and some people cannot trade. Because if they give what they have, they will die.
And are you the one to make the
They might be
decision for them,
drunk
or would
in
you ask
the,
their opinions?
interim, and that's kind of a win. Kind of a big W to be drunk instead. Don't you think? I'm gonna leave this decision alone.
Feel like
The
you're
way
putting a lot of words into their mouths without asking. They can always decline, of course.
Or we could purchase from the store and then we could, I don't know, donate
For what
money
purpose?
to give them a chance to live a better life. Whatever money you give me, I might just give to them. I don't need gold.
The best way to fix their life is to fix this blockade.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. But I cannot let you go suffering in the desert if I am to help you.
Sure. Okay, then we do it your way. We purchase from the merchant.
You do enjoy to put yours like this in others' hands. It's quite evident.
Simply like to observe the decisions of others. It's a valuable school of thought to subscribe to as a merchant. If you know how other people think, you know what they want, and you know what to offer.
What am I thinking right now?
Thinking you're hungry again.
Pretty good.
And I'm thinking
Well-
that you're an aspiring diplomat yourself. You've got a long way to go, but that was a wonderful start.
Really was. Maybe we can continue it as we trade for, was it water and
Clothing.
robes?
Right. I
Something.
agree. I propose that you be the one to do the bartering at the trading post. It could be enlightening. For us and the merchant. Perhaps he's never dealt with an Ogrelon before. That's a bit of a bragging right. He who clothed the Ogrelon and the Morloft family. And a child on bareback.
Does the
It's a
does the bear
story.
need a cloak?
Ask the merchant.
Ask the bear.
How covering is Thalia's outfit?
Oh, it is not very.
Usually a stripper.
You all require
that.
something to cover your, just not to overheat or to. I just want you people to be safe.
You people. Wow.
Well,
Right.
sounds like you know what we need. Just need someone to buy it.
Just needs someone to buy it. And I
The-
think that she's like putting a gold piece into Guz's hands. I wonder who
Everybody's
it could
giving
be.
me gold.
You could maybe find a book.
Civilization is awesome.
You could maybe find a
Perhaps like
book there
this is a-
too.
It's a bit of a game. This is one of the first things that you learn as a merchant, as aspiring merchant at least. You take this one coin and you see how many you can get back in addition to the clothing.
Well, let's test it out. Schiffer, you want to go to the trading post, right?
I'm starting to wonder why you're putting this in my hands. Where do you want to go?
Well,
My recommendation is
The mill to make some bread.
a trading post.
You given sound reasoning for it? I agree.
Illy, you want
So-
to go to the trading post?
Yeah, we could get you a book.
Great.
Not to say that the Sandcrawlers don't have a book. I mean, they might.
You guys gonna start walking towards the trading post.
Yeah.
Start walking towards the trading post, and as you arrive a few minutes later, you see a variety of customers who have all kind of gathered around to buy supplies and other sort of sundries to survive the weathering weeks. You enter in and you see a rather simplistic interior, shelves stocked with groceries essentially. And behind the counter, there is a halfling individual with brownish hair, clean shaven, a small figure, but typical of halflings. And he's like, hello, welcome to the trading post. I just got a few other people to deal with, and a few minutes later, as he deals with all the other customers, like, welcome. I've got all you could need from jerky to water to warm blankets and tents to keep you out of the sun. Whatever you could need, I can provide. So, tell me what you're looking for, and I'll have you taken care of.
Gus is gonna stand at his full height and like stand over the halfling.
Look straight up at you. Hello. Big one, aren't you?
He's so
Yeah.
unfazed.
I'm sure you've seen big people before. It's a
It's an outpost.
probably
The well-traveled
Travelers
travelers
come
before.
through.
Fair. It's fair. It's fair.
Merchant does not discriminate.
Shifra leans in to Guz. Okay, now think about this. What is it we need? And then go from there. What is most important, which is us not burning up in the sun. And then we need to be able to survive out there.
We need one not burning in the sun.
That is what you said.
You sell those.
It's accurate.
You don't want to burn in the sun. I got thick clothing that can protect you from hot environments.
Because he's gonna
For-
narrow his eyes and look back towards Shifra, like,
This'll essentially let you to mechanically. I'll tell you what it does. It allows you to automatically succeed on saving throws against the effects of extreme heat, which is pretty good. However, it costs 10 gold pieces for one set.
Oog.
Wait, what's one set? Just for one person?
For one person,
How much for a bear?
10 gold.
I don't think that's that bad.
He's
Ooh.
medium sized after all.
Did you
It
get
does
a
make
large size that
sense.
covers me and the bear?
No,
Oh. Could you try?
maybe, but I won't.
Oh. Okay.
I'm very lazy, you see.
That's okay.
We
Not much of a
came here on
craftsman,
good
if I'm being
information
honest.
that you were the person we should trade with.
Sure.
And she's kind of eyeballing Shifra from this, giving her the bit of the side eye and like a smirk.
I've got fine trade goods available, but I'm not a craftsman. I just make them. So what I have, I mean, not make them, I buy them. So what I have is what is to offer.
Sure. Just measly 40 gold pieces.
Measly.
a lot of gold pieces.
To make you resist the entire effects of the desert heat, it's pretty good.
I agree. It's a
It is-
commodity.
yeah.
It's in shortage. It's in demand. I
That's
agree
right.
entirely.
I have 6 gold if you need it.
I don't accept the 6 gold, but I just like sort of give the merchant a stare down and I say, "That's too many gold pieces."
Make an intimidation check.
He's not trading. It's not persuasion. Just
Can
Uh,
I bardic inspiration this?
How do you do it?
So you know how Tassandra's magic works. I think that like as he's
Sure.
like looming over the guy and saying that that's too much gold, I think she just kind of weaves in the word. Makes a fair point. Not everyone can afford this. Perhaps you should sell to those who can, to those who need it, for a reduced price. You wouldn't want to turn away that beautiful face looking down at you.
yeah, this is like pie covered chin.
Oh,
That's a
What kind of pie
D6.
was it? Was it like a meat? Did it have like red
Yeah,
to
it
it?
It was the
meat
mutton
Please
pie.
God say it's just like dripping meat from his teeth.
So you make an intimidation check, and you can add a whatever D you have at this level. D4?
Yeah, D6.
D6?
Not bad. Okay.
D12? D24? 22. Host you. I wouldn't want to offend my customers or anything. Look, this is going to cost me a lot, but give them to you half off. 5 gold per outfit? How's that sound?
What about a loan? What if we pay you to use them in the interim, return them in their current condition, you make a profit and lose nothing?
That's a bigger ask. Make a persuade check. 3,000.
It's a 19.
19. He looks at you. Do you have any collateral you could give forward?
I
That could
give you
help
the
a lot.
word of a Morloft as collateral.
Yeah, that's normally worth a lot. With the blockade, it's just that there's not really a lot of room to get supplies in, so I need something more substantial in this
What if I can offer a
transaction.
recommendation? The trade posts who helped the Morloft in aid. When I needed them most. Could drum up business, perhaps future connections. I'm sure as a merchant you understand the value of a connection.
I do, and I appreciate that, but I'm more concerned about the here and now. With times as they are. I'm sorry. I normally would be very happy to accept such an offer, but tough times around here, you know.
I think Tassandra looks back at Shipra. Are you
Some
sure you
sort of
want to buy
some
from here?
sort of collateral. That's all I need. Just the slightest show of coinage value.
Shifra?
That would be returned upon you upon your return,
If,
of course.
Like pulls up her entire bag of coins.
How many coins is that?
Let's see here. Cleric. Give me a second. Cause I did not check this, which I regret.
Bold.
Bold.
Like,
I don't know
it's
how much money I
Indiscriminate
have.
amount of coin.
Huh? I have a
It's however
number
much
of
you
coins.
believe it is.
I
Just
have,
don't
I
open the
have
bag.
I have
a
as much as
coin.
it needs for you to accept.
Oh my
20 gold.
goodness.
Put it in your inventory.
Yeah,
For future reference. That's what it's for.
fuck you.
point.
20 gold.
20 gold? Holy shit.
That's literally just buying all of them and not renting.
That's not necessarily true. Well, actually, that
Still
is
get the 20
true.
gold back.
That's
exactly
100%, that's 100% true with
Well, we
half
get the
off.
20 gold back.
Sure.
If you
I'm
return them,
assuming
yeah.
we're not getting all of the 20 gold back, but
Yes. For 20 gold, I could definitely loan them to you for a promise of return. And with that, I would take 5 gold off the top for
That's
the
an amicable
you
price.
know. Yes, so you'll get 15 gold back once you return the clothing. Sounds good? Hey, it's a 5 gold discount because
I
there's
need
5
an-
of you,
Yeah, one for the
and
bag,
that's
too.
a 6 of you. That's 30
well, Shifra
gold.
doesn't need it, right? I'm assuming Shifra has it already
You'd think that.
in the clothing that she's wearing, right? So I assume that we're getting clothes for the 3 of us and the bear.
You would think that. You would think that, but no.
Really?
Our clothing is well suited, and so is our constitution, but it's not this clothing that alleviates entire. You don't have to make a check. You don't have to make a hot weather check at all with these clothes. These are very finely crafted, far beyond, maybe not far beyond, but beyond the reach of a common tribesman. You would need to be kind of upper echelon to get this kind of treatment, because this is finely made, finely
Or
weaved.
like a ranger in a nomad tribe. You know, able to survive out. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Gus stands up straight again. He says, he looks around, sort of looking for any approval from his
So
mentors.
we are. Okay, so I only assumed I had clothing like this. So we are going to be here for a long time. Very long time. Well, until the blockade drops. You know, I will need
Totally
more.
fine. As long as you return it in its current condition, you're all good.
What was the price?
That is
If
going to be a
plus
mere
10.
20 gold for 30 gold worth of goods. 35 gold if you're getting someone else.
If we need 5 now, because I wasn't factoring in Shifra, then it's 25 gold.
Yeah, no, I that's what I'm talking about. He's giving you a discount. 30 gold discount. And it's like, it's so 30 gold with the bear if it's a separate entity.
I
Well,
would
they were
recommend
10
bear.
apiece, and I was accounting 4. One was
But
the
it's
bear,
discounted at
not doing
5.
Shifra, so it's actually 50 since we need 5, so half off is 25.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5 gold each. 5. Wait, did I count
Oh, and
myself?
then to pay him.
5, 10,
Okay.
15, 20, 20, 25.
Because we're
And
not
then, yeah,
buying
5 gold. 5
yeah.
gold additional cost, yeah.
It's only 4
And
players right
that's-
now.
And that's just a
I counted
rent.
myself for some reason. But yeah, it's 25.
Classic
25
merchant
gold, yeah.
maneuver.
And that's just
Count
rental.
yourself.
And that's just rental.
Correct. Saves you 5 gold, which is no measly sum.
I'm buying mine.
10 gold.
Wait, didn't he?
Well, 7 gold, we'll say.
There we go.
I
I'll
guess
buy
you're
my-
such a charismatic customer.
Didn't Gus
Only if you do the rest of the deal.
You guys, you do not seem too keen on having these robes for long. I would recommend you keeping them, but it is your choice. By another day.
Make your decision fast. Have other customers to get to. No offense.
Time is money.
So
You two are dealing with
true.
him.
we could lease to own, maybe.
At least to own contract. Let's negotiate that
Can we
out.
take out a mortgage on these desert clothes?
No, I mean they're expensive, but not that expensive. So let's,
right, we got our 50%.
keep with the
Yeah,
idea of
well-
getting to the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got our 50%. I think that's wonderful.
Seems like the renting idea went over smoothly. You're the one shelling out the money for this, apparently, so is this amicable for you?
I'm keeping my clothing.
So you need 2 gold?
Yes.
Okay.
It'd be 22 gold to get 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, 22 gold to get the 4 of you, not including your bear. Your bear's magical.
Combine a top or something.
Cloaks, yeah.
Yeah, Gus will put in. If Schiffer's giving 20 gold, Gus will put in 2.
There you go.
You have
And
the
with
one
that-
that Tess gave you.
Right, I have the one that Tess gave you, and another one from Tilly's. So
Tilly's gave you another 4 or 6.
I think I think I pushed away the 6 and I did the
Oh, okay.
intimidation. Yeah, but I have the 3 from the tavern. Okay, great.
This
We-
pooling of assets to accomplish a goal together.
Well, I hope you will choose to keep these robes later on, but I cannot force you.
Well, we've got them now.
We'll have
And we won't
gold
later.
plenty after we complete this mission.
And you have your rations and water? Good.
Just to make sure you
No.
mentioned water and rations. You're considering
Usually,
one item.
the bear helps me find rations. I don't really have any. Or the owl.
Shit. Because
Well, I've got some rations. Maybe I'll share.
Oh, and I actually just realized I have an extra book. Trade ya.
Or does no one else have rations?
I have rations.
Of course not.
Like-
I don't carry
So
like
any
putting
dried
or-
meat
or-
with me.
2, 3, 4 sets of clothing of hot weather in the party trade there.
We delete them from party trade after we get them.
Correct.
I took
Okay.
I don't know why it is, but my sheet won't update unless I close it. And it is frustrating.
Refresh the game? Question mark. That is odd. Got a lot of weird weapons in inventory.
No, I don't.
Gus turns to Cassandra and says, like, so, you don't eat rations? You can't eat rations.
Of course I can. I just never needed to carry them with me. I haven't left the town since the blockade.
Oh, the glories of desert survival.
But if we're going out, then suppose it's pertinent to bring something. I have
Well, I
my
have-
wine. I'm sure that will hold me over. And our friend Thilius here said that his bear can hunt.
In the forest. I don't know if he didn't hunt in the desert.
What is a desert but a forest with no trees?
That's a good point. He's probably fine.
It's all a sense of perspective. Find that if you need something, it will show itself.
And owls are good hunters too. I'm probably fine.
Well, if everybody's fine, we've all got our fancy little cloaks.
rations and equipment that you might need. And we're off.
And we're off? Question mark.
And we're off.
And we're
Exclamation.
off. Welcome. The map.
You must
So-
gather your party before venturing forth.
That's correct. You've gathered. And now you're ready to take your first steps into the world. So, you're here, right? This is the Oasis. And where you're set to go is the southwest, which you really can't see, but is going to be kind of over here-ish. Now, follow the road, they'll lead east out of town and then south. They'll lead you down this way and then south through the shantytown. If you go as the crow flies, you'll go through the dunes. Up to you how you want to handle that. But with the road, I will say you won't have to make navigation checks. If you start wandering in the wilderness, you will have to make survival checks to stay on track.
Well, Schiffer, you
Someone
said you
has
were
an
good
appropriate
at.
background.
You said you were
What?
good at walking around the desert.
I can navigate, yes. I've lived here quite a long time, so I will try to guide us. We'll follow the road to begin with, and then we will head west.
We
Can
place
your,
our lives
bird-
entirely in your hands.
Scout. It's mine can. We need it.
If any one of you is a capable scout, then yes, go ahead. For me, I've only ever thought about me when it comes to survival in the desert. But, well,
I mean, as long as this turtle doesn't magically appear on us, like, kind of sad, then probably can spot it.
that is quite an interesting detail that just appeared at them, or on them, right next to them. Sounds off. Yeah. So how do we move? Do you just grab it?
foot.
and then-
Yes. All right. I'll move one axe at a time for the sake of my brain. As you shift out of town, it takes. That much trying to calculate right now. Oh. Let's see. Each hex is about a mile. So it takes about roughly, if you're in a normal pace, roughly like 30 or so minutes to kind of head into this area here as you enter into the shanty town. You see before you there is a large number of caravan traders that have kind of like shifted their carts into like a rough wall around their campsite, as well as a number of small tents and other, camping sites that travelers have made. In addition, there seems to be one building here that kind of draws a lot of attention from the crowd. It is a multicolored tent that has kind of a large gathering of individuals that kind of heading into it from a distance, or that you could see from a distance, kind of like heading into the tent. But up to you if that's relevant for your journey. You can continue on if you don't want to investigate. It's up to you.
Do any of these tents or caravans look like nomad equipment, or any flags or any insignias that I might recognize?
Make a perception check.
Come on, okay.
From an 11, you look around. Nothing seems to be any like sigils that you recognize. Unfortunately, it does all seem to be symbol of trading companies, symbols of big civilization, so to speak. Nothing that is calling out to you specifically, unfortunately.
Do you want to check this out, or are we do we keep going?
Someone here might have heard about the turtle.
True.
That's true.
They seem to travel the desert a little bit better than some others.
Well, where should we go then? Maybe the big tent.
Um. Hmm. Not gonna give it 10 minutes. Yeah, we can probably try the Big Tent. If anywhere, they'd probably have the most information.
And Doug can fit in, so that's a good sign.
Our good friend here wouldn't have to wait outside.
True.
Usually the bigger tent is where the bigger fish are, so to speak.
Hmm. Well, let us go and introduce ourselves then.
All right. So, you start to wander over to this large and colorful tent. And as you
Before they
Yeah.
go in, Tillis is probably nervous, so if no one's looking, he's gonna mage armor himself.
as you do, a magical, like a set of plate mail armor kind of appears over your body for a moment. It's ethereal, and then it vanishes.
Huh. I have not seen that before, but okay.
And with that, you approach the outskirts of the tent, and you can already hear the music coming from inside as numbers beyond small minds counting head into the tent itself. There seems to be a set of large orc or half orc guards that stand right outside the front to kind of keep the enterprise safe. But they don't seem to be like checking IDs or anything like that. They're just kind of like watching, make sure no one's doing anything hostile, kind of thing. And as you enter into the tent, you see this large open space, and on the ground, it is not sand, but it is a wooden platform that's been constructed like as a flooring of this tent. And on the flooring, there are a variety of casino games kind of scattered about the area. Around the middle, there is a large platform where this goblin with this large, pointy, kind of almost like wizard style hat is kind of but without the brim. It's just a cone of the wearing a hat like kind of like that. Is just kind of watching over all the games and making sure everything's going smoothly. But there are a number of tables to kind of play at if you'd like. There's a variety of games to kind of explore, but it's up to you to like really like look into what these games are called, because none of you necessarily know what these games are called per se.
Well, this was a waste of time.
Not
True.
exactly.
Not necessarily.
Places like this attract a lot of traffic.
Perhaps.
Places nearby and far away. Other people who've traveled these sands. Maybe one of them knows where this turtle person is. If they ran away in fear, as they said, I find some people tend to drown their fear and sorrow in gambling.
Can Tillis look for anybody that looks like well traveled?
Make an insight check.
Inside.
Anyone who has the tallest backpack.
With the 16, you find a fellow with a fairly tall backpack who seems to have, it's kind of by his side. He's sitting at the Gambit of Ari table there, who's kind of resting alongside as he's playing cards. This is a game that you have seen before. It's similar to like poker in some ways, but neither here nor there. As you kind of approach him, you see the individual. He's kind of like looking at his cards, looking at the table, looking at his bet, and is like, "All right, I'll raise." And he puts his coins forward, or his chips forward in this, because he seems to exchange it for some sort of cheap coinage made of some sort of wooden material. And the dealer draws the card. He's like, ah, fuck. And he puts his cards down. The rest of the table puts their cards down. And he's like, take it, take it. Fucking vultures. As they whoosh, slide the coin. The winner slides the coin towards them. And he like turns to look at you and is like, aha. On top of a bear. Hi? 1, a little young to be in here. 2, they let fucking animals in here. Especially dangerous ones like your bear.
It's not dangerous.
He looks pretty dangerous. He starts scratching at the
That should
ground.
tell you something about the one who rides it.
Sure. Sure. What? Well, what can I do for you? It's like, I'll set up this next hand. And, looks back towards you.
You travel the desert a lot?
Lately, yeah.
Have you heard of a turtle flipped on its back, appears out of nowhere? It says you, well, not you, the royal you, did this to him.
Funny enough, I have. I was traveling from the south and came up on the road and decided to wander off a little bit, try to find a little bit of a faster way to the oasis, but I was quickly driven back to the path after running into this strange turtle that you described almost impeccably.
You're the second person that had that story. What sent you off the road?
Well, the turtle appeared. It yelled at us, it was on its back, and then all of a sudden its form shifted to this massive, almost the size of an elephant, head of a turtle, but with the burning eyes. It just came at us. It was calamitous. It was fearful. It was terrifying. We had to flee. We had no other choice.
Can Tills do any like arcana based on that description to see like if this is some sort of illusion magic he's heard of?
Make an arcana check. Well, the 25, this is well within the realm of illusion magic. This is well within the realm to like create these kind of changing images to cause fear to a group. It is well possible this is an illusion, but without further evidence, you don't have any way to definitively prove that. It could be a lot of things. It certainly could, but it definitely could be illusion magic.
Yeah, I think he's going to lean over. He's like, I don't even know if this turtle's real. Turtle's real. It could be just an illusion. Do you know about how far down south on the road it was?
If you follow the road, it's just a 3 miles. Follow the road, and then you go. Once you get to the very southern edge, which is where you'll start to see the blockade, just head a little bit northwest or north, and that's where we ran into it.
Okay. Thank you. Did you lose anything after the incident?
When I was running, I strangely enough, it's kind of weird that you know so much about this, but I did drop a hefty coin purse that was left behind. That's why I'm here, trying to make some of that loss back. But I'm not having much luck yet.
How much did you lose?
Few hundred gold. Not proud to admit.
Is there any way we could distinguish your coin purse?
It was a deep purple color.
We're already on a mission to find something for someone else. If we find your coin purse, we can try to return it.
If you find it, I don't have much to offer besides the coin purse itself, so I mean, I'd give you half of its contents.
He looks at the grape. He's like, that's pretty nice.
That's pretty
And
good.
whatever I win here, for sure.
And Gus has proficiency in dice, I think.
What?
Yeah, he's gonna lean down and be like, cards are no good. You should play dice
That's- Perhaps I'm not
with
having
the
much
other
luck
half
here.
of your coin purse.
No, I might just do that. I'm not having a ton of luck here.
Well, hopefully, us meeting is your fortune turning around.
I hope so. I'll
Oh,
be
actually,
here
they know luck.
gambling away. I've got a complimentary room in the tents in the back because I've spent so much, apparently.
What do you do otherwise? Are you a navigator?
I myself am a. Well. I procure things that individuals need that are hard to procure.
Oh. Well,
You don't
that's
say.
kind of what we're doing.
Would Guz be able to pick up
Kind
on
of.
what he's saying?
Make an insight
Based-
check.
Okay. Based on Guz's background.
He's a thief.
All right. Guz likes this guy already.
And what's your
It's
name?
okay, yeah.
So we know who to ask for.
That's a good point.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't like to give it out, but you all seem like trustworthy folk. Plus, if you get my coin, Abir is my name. That's what they call me, at least.
A bear.
Are you a sandcrawler, Abir?
No, I'm a human. I don't belong to the Orcish tribe. I don't even belong to this area. I'm a drifter, as it were. It's just got caught up at the wrong time in this area.
So there's a lot that needs procurement out here, or just the blockade?
No, nothing needs procurement out here. No one has the coin to afford it, at least. But I was just moving through. I was moving through to Celembria, and there apparently there was some number of organizations active that could do with my kind of services. I was heading there to find more work.
I don't know if you've been to the Split Sky, but they put up posters of people that need stuff procured, so maybe it's worth checking out.
I have. Most of that work seems to involve risking one's life. Not really my bag.
Tillis kind of looks at everyone, kind of horrified.
Told you.
Not everybody takes the same work.
Exactly.
Well, thanks for your help. I guess we'll get going for our life-risking adventure.
That's accurate. Maybe if that's what you're doing. Good. Ooh. He looks at the rest of you. You're bringing a kid along with those. Look, it's none of my business. Do you what you were gonna do?
As we turn to leave, I think Guz, having picked up on what's going on, he says, "Look, we'll get the coin purse, and maybe you can help us with something else, and I can put in a good word in Celembria." And I sort of, and I learning from my couple of pats earlier, I pat him with one finger on the shoulder as we turn to leave.
Just still like knits his shoulder down. What favor did you have in mind?
Said you were looking for work in Celembria, and I know some people.
Sure. What can I help you with, or is it just a?
Well, we'll
addition-
see what you can help us with. Just keep it in. Don't disappear.
Make a persuasion check.
Fuck. Okay. Damn.
With advantage because of your specific contact
Ooh, thank God.
knowledge.
Oh,
I mean, don't hold out hope for.
Even worse.
No,
No.
I believe in you, my apprentice.
11?
Killing it.
isn't that
Did
cock?
you- So such a thing. Get out of here. But with 11, he looks at you.
Whoa.
I maybe
Whoa.
I'll see you in Celembria if we
What happened?
follow similar circles. That's where I'll be next as soon as the blockade ends. That's as much as I can tell you. But if you get here before then, I'll definitely be here trying to make back my coin, and that, well, that is the limit of my abilities. That's about as much as I can provide to you. Is I can provide as much to you as I can now as I can then, so to speak.
Good.
Not then as in celebrity. Maybe I'll have made more contact. You know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. All right.
Good luck? Question mark?
That's her friend.
Good luck! Exclamation point.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye. As you all exit the casino?
All right.
Alright.
South for more miles.
Another 30 minutes go by as you head just directly south. It's getting around 6 o'clock. The sun is starting to kind of press over the horizon, not quite setting at this particular time of year, but it is still like getting towards that point. As you head here, you see more sand dunes surrounding you, and to the very far east, it looks like it kind of starts to become step plains, a little more grassy to the east. But your path brings you southwest from here if you'd like to continue.
Yeah. And I think as they're traveling, Tillis is talking to Sandra and be like, from the way he described it, it could be some sort of charm magic. Do you know anything about that?
I know that you're very intuitive. It's a very educated guess.
Seems like everyone's getting convinced to go off their path and drop some of their objects. Their most
Right.
prized objects, especially.
The trouble with charm magic is that if it was so easy to deduce, it wouldn't be very effective. I think it warrants further inspection.
Do we need to, like, cover our ears? Do you think that would help?
Depends on the type of charm magic. Some is auditory, some is visual, some ignores them entirely.
As you're discussing this, you start to like walk down the path and start to see the path itself starts to narrow into a passage between two rocky cliffs. As you start to get close, a gruff voice calls out as a large, bulbous form of what seems to be an ogre stands up from atop the cliffside. Oi! Give us your coins. I know they're shinies, and you can pass through no problems. Otherwise, you're gonna taste more pig magic. As he like slams his staff on the ground, like arcane sparks fly off around the area. And as this
About how far away is this guy?
I'll show you. As he says this, two bugbears emerge from hiding places within the rock face, and two goblin archers take aim from atop the cliffs that he is standing on. So you see here, goblin archers, and the two bugbears kind of emerging from the cliffside. I will let you emerge yourselves in the order that you would like to be standing in. However, I do have a limit. You just gotta like, you're all behind. That's not a
Whoa.
very good pen. You're all behind that mark, more or less.
Behind the line or behind this
Bit.
this curve?
Why is there? Look. It's drawing very weird shapes. I'm trying to draw freehand. I'm just want to draw like a. Just want to draw like a. There. Is that like as an image?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
Sure.
This area. Position yourselves as you would. I'm unpausing it. Oh, there you go. Before the encounter itself actually begins in any circumstance. That makes sense. Those words, all of them together.
I think Cassandra would be like probably in the back talking with Phileas before this happens.
Yeah.
Then, like, as it happens, are they just like immediately shooting us, or are they trying to talk to us?
They're yelling at you. Yeah, they're like, "Hey, give us your coins."
And yeah, she's trying to. I think she's like while talking to Phileas about charm magic, and be like, "One moment, I'll be right back." And I think she starts to just try to walk towards the loud guy. And I think she's like showing both of her hands up from beneath these heavy clothes.
Move your token within the realm of this area where you would like to be at the start of the quote-unquote initiative.
I guess she's
Okay.
gonna get as close to the big guy as she possibly can.
And
Alright,
Gus
everyone's in
seeing
position?
this is probably just going to be like, okay. Okay. He's interested to see what you can do after your look of your bloodlust after I patted you by the board. But he's gonna let it happen. He's gonna see what happens.
The ogre at the top yells forward, "Stop right there! You got a shiny on you haven't dropped yet, so drop 'em, and then you can pass by. Otherwise, no passing by."
I think she's gonna say like trying to limit her volume to an extent for the sake of seeming soft-spoken. Hello, I would wish to talk to you, but I don't have a voice that carries. Can I get a bit closer? We can talk this through. Can't hear you very well.
No! Drop your shinies, and you can pass through. Them's the conditions. Otherwise, big magics.
You like to see big magics.
We need to get closer.
Well, I've been around a few pokers in my day. Okay, I'm coming to give you my big shinies, and I'm gonna hold my coin purse, and I'm gonna walk in front of Cassandra and move it forward slowly.
You can start moving forward as you make a deception check.
Okay.
With advantage because you're familiar with ogres. Without dull advantage.
Very, very generous of you. Not my charisma checks.
Cassandra's trying to walk with them, even shadow him if possible.
Advantage.
Make a stealth check, Cassandra.
Oh,
Oh!
second natural 20.
Oh! Oh!
And,
Go ahead and, well, I kind of move you forward as you start to just wander forward. Cassandra, make a stealth check.
And I guess I'm trying to use his big ass form as like, so I kind of like walk in his
That's why
shape.
you can make a stealth check.
Yeah.
15.
Can I bardic inspiration myself post roll? Is that how it works?
Feature.
Bardic Inspiration is a bonus action.
Oh, you're right. Okay, never mind.
So probably not.
I'd have to do it
yeah.
beforehand. That's fine.
Well, the 15 though, you manage to get a little bit closer, but then like you notice some of the archers, like the goblin archers, like tensing up as you get to this point. But they seem to let Guzrook walk forward and just like, good. Why knows his place? Give him the coins, some more bugbears, and we won't have any issues. As the
Whenever they
bugbear
like draw the
walks
arrows
forward.
before Gus starts to pull away, she I think she's trying to tell him. Bring him closer to me.
Gus is gonna drop his coin purse on accident. And I'm gonna see if the bugbear is gonna reach down for it.
Yeah, it scatters on the ground like, Silly Ogleon, pick it up, bugbear. As the bugbear's like, I got it. As he leans down and just starts to like gather up the coins, scatter them into the purse.
I'm gonna take advantage of that. Not knowing what the fuck's going on behind me. I'm gonna take advantage of this and just fucking go to hit the bugbear that's leaned down.
All right, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and move into an initiative. However, you get to get. This is what starts the initiative. Is you. So go ahead and do your attack.
Inventory.
With a 15, as you've slam right into the chest. Ting! You hit armor. Doesn't go through, and you're just hand hurts. That initial attack is gonna be what opens up initiative. He kind of knocks the wind out of him a little bit, but he like takes a step back and pulls his weapons. And with that, our combat is gonna start.
I have
so
a question.
Gusrook and Schiffer go. Yeah.
For that surprise, did I have a whole surprise round? Do I have a bonus action? Actually, is my question.
No, they're not
Okay.
surprised per se. This is more like you got this one shot off of them, and they were ready for combat, so they're not surprised.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Never mind.
Oh God.
So the top of the round, this goblin just sees this transpire.
They're some of the worst initiative rolls.
It's impressive.
Fire! As they fires his short bow towards you, Guzrock. Seeing you as the most threat right now. That's going to be a 9 to hit. I don't think that hits.
He does not.
Sting, it just flies off. Doesn't even like get close to you as he misses. Shifra, it's your turn.
Yeah. Let's see here, everyone's gone. La, da, 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 da. So, let me check the initiative. So it's the goblins went, that's me, and then it's Thilius after me, right?
Correct.
It goes down, yeah, okay. Shifra,
He's like grabbing his gun, just ready to murder.
she immediately starts to book it forward. And I have 30 feet. So do we count like 5, 10, 20, or is it like
If you
5, 20?
move, it'll like give you like
Oh,
if you drag and
yeah.
move, it'll
Just
yeah.
testing.
And
Yeah.
I'll
so-
tell you how much distance you moved already. See now it's like then you move 15, it'll tell you how much we moved.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. She books it over there and puts her hand on Gus's back and casts guidance.
That you do. Is that your turn?
And then I let's see here. For now, yes.
All right. Teleus, it's your turn. One more time, just real quick. Pronunciation of your name.
Tillis.
Tillis. Till-is. Till, like the till of a cash register. Is.
Yes.
Tillis.
On the nose, but yeah.
What?
Tillos.
Cash register, the kid who threw a bag of gold onto a table.
Oh.
It's fine.
Okay.
Ignore me.
Hmm.
While
What
we're
did
being
Tillos
robbed.
do?
He is unsure.
His gun in his hand is ready to murder.
He does pull out his gun.
What?
But
That's too gun.
doesn't quite know what to do with it. He doesn't want to shoot necessarily. So, they are pretty far away. Let me just see. He just wants to try to kind of get out of there as easily as possible. So he's going to try to sleep him.
Sleepy weepy.
Some 8s. Not too much. A little bit. 2 low rolls or 3 low rolls.
In ascending order of their current hit points. Ascending order. That means the lowest hit points
The
first, right?
lowest first.
Yeah, lowest.
Okay, this goblin falls asleep. Sleep. As it just falls asleep. And this bugbear, unaffected. And so is this ogre.
And then that is all he is going to do.
You got it. How long are they unconscious for? Just until, like, someone fucks with them? Yeah. Yeah, someone fucks with them. Or until the spell ends. So it's either a minute or until someone fucks with them. You got it. Alright. That's gonna bring us to this bugbear's turn, who just sees the just like shaking off the sleep as he shakes off the sleep effect and just as he runs forward 5, 10. Yes.
So sorry. Can I actually have my owl go and give the help action for
Yeah, totally.
Guz?
It's your familiar, I assume, right?
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah, and then it does.
Should I get you an owl? Or I'm probably just gonna like take this out.
I gotta get your owl and your bear art. So for now, we'll just say it's doing it and use our
Okay.
theater of the mind.
True.
But we will get that going between now and next session. He's gonna run forward with his Morning Star, which has searing and staggering and sundering. That's so many fucking things. Okay. Okay, and Horus. So it says to be your AC by 5 or more to get like some stupid shit to happen. Alright, cool. He's gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 move here and take a Morning Star attack at you. He brings it down on you. That's gonna be an 18 to hit.
Yeah, that's my armor class.
Yeah, it doesn't do any of his fun effects, but you do take 15 points of piercing damage as he slams into you, and just you feel that spiky maul just right into your torso. It hurts. It bleeds. And he's like, that's gonna be his turn. All right. That's gonna bring us to Cassandra.
She's going to move. Oh, that's not the right. Like there, and then she's going to twin hideous laughter on these two bugbears.
I thought Hideous Laughter was an AoE. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm a liar.
It's single target, but she's twin on one each.
There you go. All right. So on these two,
Yeah, the ones that are next to.
is
Next
it
to
what
Big
kind of
Boy.
save?
It's a
Wisdom
DC
save?
15 Wisdom.
First one succeeds. Second one fails. So this one just starts to just. What do you do to trigger this?
I think. I don't think hers actually forces them to laugh as much as it puts them into a stupor and like kind of slumps them to. Because I think it makes them prone, right? Yeah, they fall prone in incapacity. I think she just puts them into like a stupor of like self-loathing. It's basically just intense depression.
Enough. As he just lays down and curls into a fetal position.
I think they just hear like some weird like eldritch whispers going through their heads or whatever, and they just fall into a really bad state of depression.
Oh no.
This one falls on the ground.
Yeah, they start
This
crying.
fetal
Oh,
is
yeah.
crying.
Yeah, their tears sustain me. And I think that's it.
All right. This goblin is still conscious, so he's going to go ahead and take a shot at. He's gonna take a shot at. Seeing a spell go off, he's gonna see a spellcaster be like, "Ooh, magic scary," and he's gonna take a shot at you. That's going to be 20 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. You take 7 points of damage, and then he's gonna fall prone. Kind of taking cover behind the cliffside there. All right. That's gonna be his turn. This bugbear is gonna be. He gets to make a save at the end of his turn, or how does that work?
At the end of its turn, and each time it takes damage, it can make another save.
Okay, so the end of turn.
Do you have to do concentration?
Oh, you did get hit. You did get
you
hit.
It is concentration. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So it's just a DC 10.
Right.
Wow.
There it is.
Yeah, you're good. And he fails his wisdom saving throw, so he's just. The
Wallow
ogre.
in the pits of despair.
The ogre is going to look at all this happening and just. Should have got longer range, big magics.
You're telling me.
She. I'm gonna kiss the Belmashuf. As you see his skin hardens into this thick wood-like bark, kind of like his entire flesh kind of hardens there. And he becomes harder. And he's gonna jump off this cliff and just land on the end. 30, and get right there. And that's gonna be his turn. As a Guzruck, it's your turn.
All right, Guz. Angry one that his punch didn't land. Two that I got hit by a Morning Star. He's gonna give in to the inner ogre and go into a rage.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Guz, you're
that-
better than this.
Oh, that's really not. Okay, so that's a bonus action, and so with Warriors Codex, I think I can do two. I can do unarmed. Sorry, I can do 2 weapon fighting without using a bonus action.
Correct. It's a free
Okay.
attack with any 2-weapon fighting, yeah.
So the bugbear that hit me, which is the one that's still standing, I am just gonna take 2 whacks at him with the
Go
old
for it.
pisties.
Wacka wacka.
The secondary attack doesn't use your ability modifier on the damage, is that right?
It does because of my subclass, but
It does
regularly
subclass,
it
yeah.
wouldn't.
Yeah, cool.
Okay,
'Cause
so
he's
let's-
Bonebreaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is the dialogue box? Oh, it's in the menu. Okay.
In the chat. 22 to hit, hits. As your
Alright.
massive ogre fish is right on the chin. You see the jaw snap and break. He's still alive, but he's just hanging there. He's like getting ready for another attack as you come in with another punch.
And-
Oh.
At 19 hits too.
That's fun.
Oof. With that, you snap the jaw back into place, and he's barely able to use it from like punching from the other side. It was just, and he just coughs up a spittle of blood as it just scatters on the sand below. He's so close to death.
That is turn for me.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Goblin, who's asleep, do they get to make another? No, they don't make another save until. That's the powerful part of sleep. They don't make another save
I
until.
don't make any saves ever.
someone makes him
until
up,
it runs
yeah.
out.
So that brings us to Shifra.
Shifra. Shifra will.
Good CC. Good CC.
Was that?
Good CC.
Yes.
Incapacitation and sleep.
Shifra raises her hand and a prayer in a language you don't really understand. You ever heard it? And from the sand.
No, I understand it. Trust me.
Okay, he might understand like the nomadic language, and even though he understands it, he also understands that there's a fucking star blade, star knife, the size of his stomach, rising up from there. I am casting spiritual weapon.
The weapon, Star Knife spiritual weapon. I like that.
You got it.
That's-
We'll
that's
use
like-
this meat stick for that representation for now.
Yes. So, it's just meat. It's just meat. And yes, and she tells it. It's Rush. Sever their mortal coil, and tells it to attack this guy. For big.
That does. Go ahead and roll an attack. 24 hits. Going on damage.
damage.
5 points of damage as your star knife begins to spin almost like a saw blade and just slice through the head of this bugbear and leaves it in 2 halves. It falls down to the ground, dead.
Like it's visible that she starts crying, but it's focused.
Mm-hmm. And with that, anything else for you?
Not as such. I'm gonna stick behind our dear buddy Guz.
You have an
You
action.
still have your action.
This is true, because oh yeah, you're
Bonus
right.
action for spiritual weapon, yeah.
And then I will. I'm just gonna use the dagger I have, or should have. Oh yeah, because I've updated my fucking inventory. I don't have anything. So I had a dagger which is a star knife.
I believe you.
Was that?
I believe you, cheater.
I have to go through and fucking fix my stuff again. I hate this.
If you just go to that fourth tab, little blue present thing, and then in the search just type in dagger, you can like drag it into your inventory, click it, and roll it. It takes a couple seconds.
Is that true?
Very true.
Is that really true?
That's how I've added my entire character's inventory. Because I forgot to, whenever I imported it from D&D Beyond, I just,
Oh, you're talking about core items. Yeah, core items
Yeah,
are all
yeah.
in there. You're right.
and you can just use the search bar. You don't even have to go through the core items. You
You
just type in
totally could.
dagger.
You totally could do that. I forgot core items are still access to you,
Or-
but I have like most of the magic items unaccessible to you for reasons.
Yep.
Was it this?
14, ching, and it chips off of the armor and just falls into the sand next to
Did
him.
you throw it?
Yes.
Or did you run it? Okay, never mind.
Okay, that brings us to Teleus. Wait, Tillis?
Tillis.
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 Uh,
Tillis.
I think he's very shocked to see this now dead bugbear.
Split in the head.
Hmm.
Odd.
Yes. He's pretty scared. I think he's just going to cheese this big guy, and then he make Guzra big.
The bear is like clawing at the sand, just ready to go in. It wants to get in there and kill. Are you holding it back?
Yeah,
It's like
hold
sending
it
you that
back.
kind of mental message too. Okay. Well, I imagine if you're willing, Guzruk, you can become big.
Grammy size of large, yeah.
And yeah, then he will have the bird still continue to help on this one, even though it's not necessary because he's prone.
You got as the form of Guzruk enlarges and kind of his muscles swell, and his body grows as large as this ogre, who is, I mean, Guzruk is a lot more in shape than this ogre here in front of him, but both of them seem of slightly comparable strengths. I mean, it is a strong ogre, so yeah.
Holy
And
shit!
is this hill like upwards this way so that people in here wouldn't be able to see on the other side?
Yeah.
Then he is going to have
Well,
it there.
The large creature you see over this
Sure.
small dune.
I think
yeah.
he's still gonna try to hide back here as best he can on a bear.
Gotcha. Can't hide, but yeah, you got-
understand, dude. Not
Yeah, you're not a cheater. I get it. Like some
I ain't no
people-
rogue
Yeah.
yet.
Okay. Yeah. This one's dead, so I'm gonna remove from the initiative. That brings us to Cassandra.
Cassandra is going to, we saw where the archers were before. She's going to move. Yeah. She's going to run over there. And then she's going to, the one that's prone and is next to Guz, it's probably fine, so she's going to drop concentration on that and is going to try to hold person the big one.
We'll say.
Can I? Is it a humanoid?
These dunes are rough terrain. So like
Oh.
the crest of the dune is gonna, it'll just be 5 feet back, so it'll probably be right there.
Then I'll go here. Fuck, that kind of throws it all off.
Yes, you
And
will.
I'll get as far back as I can. That messes it up.
And if it's a
Punch
human
it
or not,
through.
go ahead and make a nature check.
Tell me his fucking
you-
lineage.
You would know that ogres are considered giants, so they wouldn't
Okay,
be
this
under
would
the
not work.
classification of humanoids. Wouldn't work for a whole person.
Okay. Then. Okay, then she's gonna do the same thing, the hideous laughter on him as well. Another DC 15 wisdom save.
It's gonna be a 16. Just barely
Hmm.
saves.
I keep forgetting my subclass feature. It's fine. Then I'm going to Bardic Inspiration, Guz.
Yay, guys.
I hate to do this. I really do. But because it's a concentration spell and you casted the spell, that was another concentration spell that ends the concentration
Oh,
on
he-
the
Yeah,
previous
He said
concentration
he
spell.
was.
Yeah, she dropped it before.
Oh, okay, just making
yeah,
sure.
no, she did that willingly.
Yeah,
he's still
cool.
prone, but
Yeah, he's still
just not
prone, but he is
incapacitated.
incapacitated.
Nothing's that
Right.
sad anymore.
Yeah, he's like, oh,
I got sand in my shoes.
Oh,
Dancing course.
And that's it.
Okay, so that brings us to the next turn, which is Goblin, who is. Why is he prone? Why is he prone?
Because you made him go prone.
Oh, true.
Tactically.
I should make sure. Tactical proneness. As he stands back up for 15 feet of movement, he is going to go ahead and stand and take another shot at Cassandra, because she's a clear shot. Otherwise, you have to shoot the ogre, and the ogre's been pretty resilient to Orgrimmon, so pretty resilient to the arrows so far. So here comes a shot to you, Cassandra, which is going to be a 13 to hit.
No, I'm surprised.
Just like scrapes against your leather armor, but doesn't manage to pierce down. Back to prone for this goblin. Slams back down to the ground.
you're gonna ask, why is he prone next turn?
I will, and you'll need to remind me. This bugbear is going to stand up using 15 feet of movement, and he is going to go ahead and just bring his Morning Star up and slam into you, Barbara Ogrelon. Guzrook, that's a 23 to hit.
Yep.
Arbogrelon.
Barbogrelon. You take
Barbo-
3 points of damage, already halved, as he slams into you. I've already applied it to you, which I should remind everyone, I apply damage most of the time. Maybe I don't sometimes, but I'll tell you if I don't. But yeah. As he slams into you, it kind of like pulls it out as your skin has gotten thicker with the enlargement and the rage. That's going to bring us to the ogre's turn. So he is going to 5, 10, 15, and he's going to cast a Thunder Wave right there. So I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws, both Shifra and Guzrook.
How dare you hurt my Guz?
Guzzy.
He's just everyone's biggest, bestest boy.
Yes.
Oh!
Gus is not ready for this. Gus ain't ready for that magic.
You do have Bardic if you wanted to use it.
Yeah, you do have Bardic Inspiration.
Does that work for saving throws?
Yeah.
Oh, we're just
attack
saving
rolls,
throws. Okay, it's
You
guiding
can only
force.
add a d6, so you can max
Yeah.
out at 14, but up to you.
Fucking launched.
No, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. Thank you though. Schiffer, I wish you had Bardic Inspiration.
Same case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to 9 points of thunder damage from each of you. Oh, I didn't mean to reveal it. I'm a cheater.
Oh no! Do I have to roll a concentration check?
Yes. If you're
Uh,
concentrating on something, you do need to make a
Special
concentration. check.
weapons, not concentration.
That
It's
is
not
true.
concentration, so you don't need to make a concentration. check. You're a fucking
it's
cheater for telling me otherwise.
Cheater.
So, as the thunder wave, he just puts his hands up, and this cube emerges, and as it lets out a long, echoing blast through the desert and blasts you back. You are pushed back 10 feet. So you go back 5, 10. That's a stupid measure tool. And you are 5, 10 pushed back as well. The blast just slams you back
And
from the
everywhere.
wave. More like up here, because angles. I
I
don't
love the
know.
idea of him getting blasted back into this dune. The sand
Yeah.
exploding
Just-
all over.
Yeah,
in that
it's
direction.
very anime where you just get slammed back into the dune, and then puff of sand flies up into the air. And he's like, told you you'd taste my big magics. Now here comes another one as he starts to like summon another cube. Guzruk, it's your turn. Feel a little
Alright.
frightened by that magic.
Guz,
It hurt.
like raging, blasted into the sand dune. Probably the most hurt he's been in a very long time.
Yeah.
Is just, but he's raging. He's gonna double down. He is gonna move, and let me just measure it. I'm sure I can.
I guess the image of Guzrick raging is terrifying.
He gets up out of the sand dune and just like slobbering, just sort of runs at him, and I'm gonna try and grapple the ogre.
Okay.
Old
Make an
piece of
athletics
pie.
check
With advantage.
with advantage
Yeah.
for reasons. Oh, because of strength of the raging. Yeah.
Just because I wanted to say it.
Fucking remember. I think it's athletics.
It's athletics.
Just
Yeah, for
decided.
grapple.
I just wanted to see if you would question it.
Take a point in Rogue and you
I
do.
wonder if I could say advantage on anything. I just kidding.
With advantage, Ooh goes with advantage.
And
advantage.
I am gonna add my guidance to that, at the very least.
Oh yeah, Schiffer was concentrating on guidance.
Guidance isn't concentration. It's a
It
fancy one, isn't
is.
it?
Guidance
Is-
is
is it?
concentration.
It's
That means
Fuck.
you need to make a DC 10
Yes.
concentration constitution
Oh,
check.
guidance is
for
actually
for me,
concentration.
Shifra.
Oh my god,
do
I'm
that.
fucking playing it wrong in my other game.
To be able to
Saving throw
Oh
for
my god, I'm playing it wrong. Okay, that's embarrassing.
ability
Yeah.
check.
Cheater. What?
It's ability or saving.
It's a saving throw.
Yeah. Saving throw. Wait, can guidance go on saving throws?
What? No. He's asking the concentration check. Is it a skill
Yes.
check or a save? It's a save.
I know.
And yeah. use
Yeah, no,
on-
guidance is only ability checks.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's grappling.
Oh, it's because that's an ability check. You're right. Correct.
Silly.
Yeah, fuck all of you, cheaters.
Silly.
Uh,
What, you've
I
never
didn't
had
say
someone
anything.
with guidance for grapple checks while raging?
Yeah. You're good. Just making sure you're not cheating, cheaters.
Wait,
I know you
wait.
like to cheat, cheaters. What? With a 13, that allows the concentration to maintain, and the D4 is added. Tell you a secret here, Guzruk.
Hell yeah.
You need it.
You rolled an 18.
Whoa.
He rolled a 19. So with a +4, you're able to.
Nailed
You're like neck and neck. You're like hand in hand. You just grab him by the arm, like slip past, and just pull him down, and you just whoosh, pull him into a headlock. He's like, "Rrr," as you got him right where you want him. What are you doing?
So I took the grappler feat.
Ooh.
Oh.
So I'm hoping I can silence him with my grappler feat. So I
Oh,
use
grappler feat
my
does.
other
Cheater.
my 2-weapon fighting to use my other hand,
Yeah.
silence him, and he cannot speak, which means he.
Can't use roll components. Yeah.
Yeah.
Theoretically, if you're not cheating, let me go look up grappler.
It's
Everyone cheats.
hugely different in WCX. So look at the WCX grappler.
10C silence. You have a second hand free when grappling a creature. You can spend one of your attacks when you take the attack action,
Mhm.
which theoretically you would have with 2-weapon fighting. To do so, make another grapple check. Make another grapple check.
Okay, let's make another grapple check.
And as he used the guidance, small butterflies starts like wafting off you
Mhm.
briefly.
This one you have your bardic.
Yeah, let's make sure that this
Here.
works.
Do you still have guidance, or is it just a single check? I don't remember.
Single check.
just one
Not-
check.
not over.
16.
Wah, wah.
With a 16, he rolled a 15. He mashed your check, but with that, you.
All the inspiration, all the guidance. Every point
And he-
counts.
And he can't cast verbal components anymore with that. Very nice. And I think with that, because of the flavor of the thing, yeah, the other one is a somatic or verbal component with this thunderwave. So you see the cube just flicker and disappear as he's trying to cast it. And yeah, very nice.
That's Guzruk's turn.
Guzruk's turn. Very nice. Very
Who needs
nice.
Mage Slayer? Just take Grappler.
Take Grappler. Grappler's good. This goblin is
Still so
asleep.
sleepy.
It's so sleepy. Shifra, it's your turn. I'll learn your names eventually.
Shifra will. He's gonna check the range on this shit. Ugh.
3 million miles. And I would walk 500 miles.
Okay. I will cast. So I've used 1. And then I will use one more. Okay. So Shifra pulls up her hand, and butterflies start flying up, but they turn black and ashen around these two. And I cast Bane.
On this one and this one.
Yes. Those guys.
Okay. Why didn't I put it in chat for me? Are you a cheater?
Oh, here you go. Oh,
Put it in chat for me. In chat for me. Hit the button to put it in chat for me.
Yeah,
you
hit the
cheater.
little. If you like mouse over its icon, that'll have like a little D20 on it. You
He's
just click that and
played
link it.
this game before. He's a cheater.
I
Oh, there we
love
go. I'm thinking, yeah, there you go.
I didn't know Bane was a
Nice.
charisma save. I thought it was a wisdom save. That's a way better spell than I thought it was.
Ooh, 18 for the big boy, or 16 for the big boy because I'm -2. 0, a 0 for the other one. Yeah. So this one is a Bane. I'll mark him with this. I don't know that effect. Sure, why not? But this
And
one
this,
is
like-
resists.
Like, this is a great spell because it keeps going.
Oh, 100%, yeah. As you like drip a little bit of blood from your finger to cast it. That's gonna be your turn to say like the magic whoosh, swirls around, the black butterflies start to surround. They kind of swarm around this bugbear, keeping him from doing anything too efficiently.
Like something's off with him at this point.
Yeah, 100%. It's gonna bring us to Teleus, unless you're gonna move.
Of your spiritual weapon.
Tillus.
Oh, your spiritual weapon.
Oh
cheater.
yes, I'm a spiritual
Tillus,
weapon.
Tillus. Your name's not spelled like Tillus. Let me just say.
It is.
But
My spiritual weapon will also, because bonus action, I will use it to attack the bugbear.
all right.
Just not necessarily in English.
True. I'm being
Let me.
culturist.
You are.
No, I'm just
There's
gonna
also
Could
bring-
that
other
Guzruck
D&D
with that?
cultures.
I could.
It's your option. It's your option.
14.
14. Pshing, just slams into the metal of the armor. They're pretty thickly armored, these bugbears.
Yeah.
Doesn't pierce.
Okay, and that's my action.
Tillus.
I think
Telea
hearing the
Dilius.
thunder
Thor.
crack, he is going to peek his head over with his gun, and he is unsure what's happening,
The American sniper.
Gonna make my own thunder crack.
but he is gonna shoot, baby.
Okay, you'll need to move over like this ridge to like
Okay.
get a clean shot.
Bear.
Yeah, there
Your
you go.
hand
Get on top of the
gone.
ridge, and you just as a loud cracking thunder, almost louder than the thunder wave itself, as it goes off. 14 with his bark skin, however, just hits the wooden flesh and just sticks in, doesn't pierce.
And then he goes back over, and he is going to. Normally, his familiar would have its own turn, but I think he's going to send the familiar over here to bother this guy and aid to Sandra.
Okay, let's go ahead and add you some bullets because I forgot to do that.
And depends what you want to give me, whether I have a horn, which is 25 charges of gunpowder, or whatever. There's one that's 1 charge, one that's 25, and one that's like 100.
Yeah, maybe the 25 one. We're gonna do pistol bullets and horn, gunpowder powder horn. There you go. I thought I gave you gunpowder powder horn. I guess I didn't before. I thought I did, but anyways, let's just go ahead and give you 24 shots because you used 1. We'll say you have enough shots for as much powder as you have. Yeah, we'll just say for right now, easy of access. Once you're out of bullets, you're out of powder for
Yeah.
this gunpowder horn, and otherwise we'll figure it out if you get another source of gunpowder. All right,
Sure thing.
so you shut that off. To Sandra, it's your turn.
She is going to. I can't see the prone guy, can I?
Nope, he's too low.
Okay. She's going to get closer to Would I be able to see him if he stood up from where he is, from where I am?
If he stands up, you'll be able to see him. Yeah.
Okay. Then she's
Just
going
his head.
to.
He'll have like 3/4 covered. Just mind that.
Okay. And this wall, is this like a sheer face, or is this like climbable?
It's a rough. It's
descendable?
climbable. It's climbable, but it's like an athletics check to climb.
Sure. Then she's going to hold a spell to target him the moment he stands up.
You got it. What spell are you holding?
Command.
Okay. Burn that spell slot, baby. And that's gonna bring us to the next turn. If you're done.
Yeah. Actually, hold on. I don't think. Have to be.
You can call me a cheater?
See. Okay.
Okay. Just making sure you're not gonna call me a cheater, because that'd be
No.
cheating.
He's. I guess she's gonna use another bardic inspiration as a bonus action on. Yeah, on
I didn't ask before.
Big Boy again.
But how do you inspire Big Boy?
That's being inspired.
Yeah, I think. No, actually, he is already. No, okay. I actually think she's gonna do something else. I think she's gonna use unsettling words. I'm gonna use my class feature bonus action on the big one. Kind of like bardic inspiration, but the reverse.
The other
on him.
big one.
On the bad big one. I think it's within 6. Yeah. And shouted that same like whispers in their head, like sowing the seeds of doubt, that kind of thing. Yeah,
Who hurt
you're
you?
not as
Subtract a
resilient
1d6
as you
from
think
the
you
save.
are. Yeah, he didn't get a save or
And he
anything.
looks-
It's just the next one.
He's just muffled. Can't really hear him though because he's muffled.
And that's it.
This goblin is gonna stand up.
And my command's gonna go up.
Cast
The
that
command
command.
is descend.
Hmm. Okay. He's gonna use his, his turn to do that. If he makes his make a
Yeah, if he
save.
fails.
True. 2, which means a 1. So he just like, hey, get down there. You got it, boss. As he starts to descend, he's gonna make an athletics check to try to descend without falling.
Fail.
He succeeds as he climbs down without
What
too
tall
much
is
of
this
an
thing?
issue. Around 15 feet or so. So it takes like most of his turn to do that. And that's going to be the end of his turn as he descends to the bottom, uses up most of his time. Bugbear, who has a shield on him because he's something. Faint. Easy. I knew that. Just testing you guys.
What
He's
do I
gonna slam against you, Guzrunk, with a minus D4.
No. Yes, minus D4. Yeah. Because of Bane.
Yes, that worked. That's gonna be a 6 to hit.
Not good enough.
Just barely.
So he just slams into you. The bulbous form of your Ogrelon flesh just bounces it off. That's gonna bring us to the ogre, who is like in your grapple right now, and he's gonna take his staff. He's gonna try to break free. He's gonna try to break free with an athletics check. Yeah. So I need another athletics check from you to maintain the grapple.
Yeah, and it's advantage because I'm big, right?
Big.
You do advantage from being big and also from being raging. 22. Yeah, you just hold him right there and he can't escape. Cool. So, that's his action. Oh wait, what the fuck? He doesn't need a fucking verbal component. Oh, he does need a verbal component to do that. Shit. Oh, that's really fucking
Almost
good.
like silence is a really effective spell, and now he can
It's
just
a
do
really
it as an
effective
attack.
spell.
Really good.
He needs his verbal component to do that. He has an action to do it. Fuck, that's fucking rough. Cool. So he's just trying to break out of your grapple. He doesn't have anything to do as a bonus action, so fuck, that's his turn. Guzruk. Good shit. Good shit.
This is the thing I can do apparently. Okay, so I get, and I'm gonna put this in chat, and you can double check it if you want.
You could fuck any other ogre of your size.
When does your like
We
free like damage on grapple targets as a bonus action thing.
Exactly. So at the start of my turn, I get to do 1d4 for unarmed fighting, which I get for free. You can double check if you would.
Couldn't you done this before?
Was
Or
that-
were you already doing the 1d6 plus your strength modifier on a hit?
No, so this is if I have a creature grappled, I deal 1d4 at the start of my turn.
But what's that
free.
first part? Your unarmed
That's
strike
just saying
dealing
that your
dealing
unarmed
damage.
do
Yeah,
damage.
so I'm already doing
Oh,
1d8.
okay,
yeah.
okay, not cheating.
Max damage.
Owie!
Do a little owie. That ogre.
He's starting to choke out a little bit.
As I'm silencing him and grabbing him, and I whisper in his ear, "I'm gonna take your magics," and I'm just gonna give him two. Actually, what's your ruling on can I do unarmed strikes, or would I have to hold the grapple?
You have one hand, at least one hand grappling him, one hand muffling him. So you're gonna, yeah, you can use your legs and stuff.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, sure.
I can
Headbutt
headbutt
his
him actually. Why don't I just fucking headbutt him with the big ogre head?
True. Dish, dish.
Okay. Let's
If you had
roll.
weapons, this would be a problem, but you don't. You use your body, so you're good. You have like
Let's
other
be all
limbs and
handies.
stuff.
Okay, let's roll attack.
Ooh,
Being a trumpet.
just headbutt right into the back of his head, or the front. Oh yeah, you pulled him
You have
around.
advantage
right in the
on
back of
your
the head.
grapple targets because you have the feet.
That's a good question.
Grappler. You have advantage attack rolls against creature you're grappling. Yes.
Ooh.
Okay, well then
Crit.
we'll check if we crit. Yeah.
Oh!
Thank you, ladies and
We do!
Oh,
We do!
thank you for the backup as I
Oh!
Also,
As I just-
depending on what Oog says, being enlarged also gives you a D4 extra damage. It says for weapons, but it's up to Oog whether his biggie fists now count too.
Unarmed strikes count as weapons in WCX, which is why I can smite with my
Yes.
headbutt in the other game.
Okay. Well then, yeah, you would get another 2d4.
No, 2d4 with that attack. Ook. With that slam on the back of his head, you feel his brain just recoiling in his head as you slam into him, and you're gonna get those big magics. Anything else for you?
I feel as if I should have to use my other unarmed strike to keep my silence on him. So I think that's everything from Gus.
Sure, I'll say that makes sense. I'm not gonna question it. Still sleep, Goblin. Shifra, it's your turn.
Shifra will, in her turn. See, we're not. It's going pretty well right now. But injured. So, Shifra will raise her weapon. It'll, like butterflies again, start warping out from her arm, almost like a tattoo, into the spear, and she aims it at the ogre and casts Guiding Bolt.
And it is like past our time, but I'm gonna try to finish this combat because we're getting close to the end of it. So let's try to, if everyone's cool with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right. So the guiding bolt shoots out. Ooh, it's gonna hit.
With the power of friendship.
Oh, that's a powerful friendship. The bolt strikes through his chest and like out the other side, and the ogre almost falls limp in Gusark's hands, but he's still remaining taut. He looks like he's trying to say something. Not that it could be a spell. Hard to say, but he's like, well, it's hard to like make out what he's saying.
And the next attack at him has advantage.
Yes, I do.
And I tell my
Tillis.
to
Meat.
stab the fuck
Oh,
out of him.
sorry. Oh, yeah, you get your beat. He's gonna smack
Your
the
spiritual
ogre.
ration.
I must smack you with my spiritual ration.
That's against the ogre.
Yeah.
That just barely hits with a 16. Go no damage. 5 points of damage. How do you want to do it?
Like, Shifra's crying throughout the entire fight. She hates.
As just this buzzsaw scattering around the area.
Bisecting people and feeling bad about it.
And basically, it doesn't go for, like, headshots or anything. Instead, it, like, starts. It goes for its leg, trying to just cripple it. and as the kill shot, the leg is lopped off.
As it cuts by, just trying to cripple it. The leg is clean off and
Wow.
it falls down to the ground. The grapple slips out, and he's just like, "I surrender."
Oh no 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 no!
As his eyes start rolling
Bleeds out
back,
in the sand.
and the blood is just pooling underneath all of you. With it falling, the other combatants, they're gonna drop the two that are remaining are gonna drop their weapons, and they just, the goblin's like, "Ah! I don't want none of this. I don't want any of these issues." And the bugbear's, "I surrender too," as he drops his weapons, and then you hear the other one. So, what'd you like to do with these 3 remaining combatants? We'll kind of jump into like a bit of a scene here, as like the ogre lays dead before you.
No no no.
So
no.
there's 2 alive, right?
There's this one, and yeah, there's
He
bugbear,
alive, he
and,
just sleeping.
and
And
yeah, there's the
this
sleeping one.
this Dune thing, is this enough to obscure Cassandra from the group if she were, say, crouching?
Not enough to obscure Guzra, because he's larger than it. He's
Sure.
taller than it, but the rest, yes. Even
She's
if you're
less
not
concerned
crouching.
about him.
Yeah, and yeah, Guzwork I think is like gonna be on that ogre body, like shaking him, like, "Tell me how to fucking magic." So he's not paying
Give
attention to
me
whatever you're
your
doing.
magic.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is kind of more just in like narrative mode, I guess, because I think this is something I want to reveal early on, so I'm not holding a secret for the whole campaign. I think that as this guy drops his weapons or whatever, she's like beckoning him over to her, like near this wall or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, if he comes over,
There's
she's
no
gonna,
sort of check involved, I imagine. Like, this is just you doing it.
I mean, I guess if he's surrendering, yes, she's like calling him over to her little
He's
secluded
surrendering.
spot.
He's surrendering. Gollum will put his hands up and just look around. Just, "Hey, I surrender. I do not wish you any harm."
Up against the wall.
This seems kind of sus.
Do it.
Oh, okay. So he just like leans against the wall, back to it, and just, "Okay, I'm here. Nowhere to go. No threat
Face
to you."
to the wall.
This seems extra sus. Oh.
Or would you like to continue the fight?
Part of me thinks that might be wise here, but let me go and make a wisdom check here. I'm not very wise, see. Yeah, I guess I'll face towards the wall.
Yeah, I think she's gonna like get behind him to try, I guess, hide his form kind of between her and the wall from the others, and I think she's going to like reach around with one of her hands and like
give him a little
cover his
reach around.
mouth. Yeah, give him a little reach around and cover his mouth with one of her hands and like step his knee in from the back to like bring him to the ground. And then I think that she's with her other hand is like pulling the glove off with her teeth and is just like mashing her hand into the back of its head and is gonna drain the soul out of this guy.
Yeah, as it starts to siphon away, you hear not even a scream, but it's like a muffled escaping of some essence as he falls down to the ground, dead.
And I think she's gonna like take a deep inhale, like of fresh air, essentially, and put her glove back on. And I think she's just gonna leave the body and walk back to the group.
Give him the little reach around, and then you walk away.
Cruel.
Life domain tingling.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this. You guys will know. She's
No, we
not a
don't
half
know.
elf. She is a half elf, kind of. She's a Dampier. And this is kind of her version of the Fanged Bite, the Vampiric Bite. And this is going to heal me for some of the whatever it does, I guess. So I'm going to
That's cool.
get some of this
That's cool though.
so I heal for 3.
You're a cheater. That would have killed him.
I mean, I'll
Just
fucking
barely 1 HP off. That's okay.
I'll do it.
I'll let it.
Whatever.
I'll let it be an auto crit. I'll let it be an auto crit, but just for the damage value. There you go.
So what? He had 7 HP.
Yeah, he had 7 HP. It just barely didn't kill him.
Okay.
But
5e rounds down in general, doesn't it? Right.
yes,
I heal for half the damage, so I think it rounds down. I'll say it rounds down, so I heal for 3 anyways. But yeah, she returns to the group.
as you wander back, the hobgoblin is there on his knees, just weapons dropped into the ground. He had big magics. That's why we followed him.
Where did he get them?
He always had them. He's always been on long distance with us. Stunties kept us from leaving the area. The spears and the sharp one objects and such. Oh, he's the one that picked up the pieces. He's the one that kept us alive. If it weren't for him, we would have starved in this desert. The humans don't want us. The Oasis won't let us near. We have to steal what we can to survive.
Well, keep stealing. Keep living.
You got it.
You don't need the big man. I crushed him.
Well, now it's just me. That was my sleepy friend up there.
Well, wake him up. Find some new friends. Because we ain't your friends.
Oh, I thought we were kind of bonding over this moment.
We could
Is he
be.
wearing leather or hide armor, or is he wearing like plate mail?
He's wearing hide armor, yeah.
Can I take? Is the other one, the dead one, wearing hide armor?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking the dead one's hide armor, but
Which would technically be medium armor, which is 13 plus your dex mod.
I just need it for later.
Yeah. Mm,
I'm taking this.
Just
You keep
totally
your
fine.
things.
We're very generous.
Did the big guy have a staff that he was doing his magic with?
Yeah, great staff. It's the size of an ogre.
You know, Guzruk, that thing he's holding could be potentially useful for what you're looking to do. Maybe you don't need a book.
Magic?
Potentially.
All right, then it's mine. And I take the great staff from his body.
Pick up the great staff, yeah.
All yours.
It's large, so it's bigger than you in your normal form, and at this point the magic kind of wears off. And it's like it's a little bigger than you. You're strong enough to carry it, no problem, but it's just you won't be able to swing with it as hard as you would a ogre-sized creature swing it. But if you when you're enlarged, you could swing this for theoretically for 2d8.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good when you're ogre-sized. When you're not, it's a little too unwieldy to use. You could probably swing at a disadvantage when you're not enlarged because it's oversized. Ogre-sized, if you will. Anyways.
I go into ogre drive. Sorry.
Like you're ogre playing this.
At any rate,
Once
the
we're
last
all
one
ogre
here
done.
is here before you. Before we wrap up here, anything else you're gonna do with him besides send him off on his way?
What about Sleepy? He's awake now.
Before we
Around this point, yeah, he would be. Yeah, you're right.
leave,
Archer
if you
stands up,
happen to
sees
see
the
it,
situation, he just darts off, runs off into the. Man, he's like, "Oh fuck this!" Starts climbing the cliff face. It takes him a little while, but he climbs up this cliff face and disappears into the horizon.
if you
Unless
happen to
anyone
have seen
just
a
shoot him while he's
turtle
flying.
or a fancy necklace around here.
Was that you guys?
Nope, nope, double nope.
Oh.
A lot of humans to the. Well, there's a lot of humans in this little blockade of yours. Not sure which you're looking for, but we know to the east here there's a bunch of horse-riding ones. They patrol the area, steal a lot. They ward us off sometimes with their horses and their bows and such.
What direction are the horses?
Have you
East
seen
of here.
Have you seen a big turtle? Not turtle thing.
Again, no. But I let you ask twice just in case I was lying or something.
So it's good to repeat oneself at times.
Before we let you go, where do you go from here?
Hard to say. Gonna go find my friend over there who climbed the mountain. Maybe try and make some sort of new steely gang, like your friend has suggested. Steal with just the two of us. Not gonna be as easy. Maybe we can get some other greenskins in the side, or who knows? Hard to say.
You could also try to go help at the oasis,
They don't
Or-
like our kind there.
or try to find one of the nomad tribes. Help them.
Are there any around here?
Unsure.
I heard there's
It's
horses
perhaps
to the
not a
east.
question you want to answer.
I did hear that too, that there's horses to the east. But they don't like our kind. They shoot us with arrows.
If you keep stealing, you will eventually all die.
Not
This
true.
is a tragedy.
Not
We
if
all
find the
eventually
strongest.
die.
That's true. You're right. Both of you are smart. I never thought about that. You're right. We will both eventually die. Unless we find someone so strong they can beat up death.
That's a good idea.
Is there any
Look,
chance we
remember,
can
When
talk
you're
you
doing
out
your
of this?
steelies,
Oh.
you leave the coppers.
How we buy things.
You take the golds and the silvers.
Oh, I get it now.
That's the ones that matter.
Why do we leave the coppers though? Can we use those too?
They're no good. My friend told me.
Wow. Well, if your friend told you, I mean, you beat us, so that means your friend knows something that I didn't, and that's why you beat us.
That's right.
Makes sense to me. No
Well, I
coppers
see.
from me, that's for sure.
These people seem to be set on being a danger to merchants and other travelers.
You know,
Well, like,
I-
they're a danger to us too. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted.
I mean,
They
we weren't
attack
gonna
us
hurt
with
you.
bows and stuff. I mean,
Why
We
not?
did.
Well, because of what you did.
well, we asked for coins and stuff. Isn't that what your merchants do?
Yeah,
You're
but
the
Why
man
in
would we
exchange,
hurt these ones?
Yeah,
any
in
further?
exchange for passage.
not typically. I mean, sometimes, I think.
Isn't that like a toll road? Don't you know that concept?
I don't pay tolls, which
Yeah,
is
go
why I
on,
hurt your
Lawrence.
friends.
That's fair, that's fair.
And I'm apologize for chopping his leg off.
Yeah.
Oh,
He might have done with one leg if he was a little bit slimmer, but with the guy, he couldn't really support himself. It's for the best.
We have way less gold than what you could get doing some work. I mean, maybe it's worth building up a relationship. Maybe, I don't know, show that you're friendly.
Friendly, I mean, your kind don't really like us coming. We come near the town, they shoot at us.
Sure.
Throw
So maybe
torches at
stay
us.
right at a distance and just like wave hello. It's usually how you greet people nicely.
Might try that. Might try that.
Or you run into another group like us, who are for some reason allowing you to live.
If I do that, I'll do what I do now and say thank you.
Pretty good.
Maybe do that before you try to rob and kill them.
Thank them, then rob them.
Well, no, you typically
got
say please first and then thank you after.
Please, thank you. Now give me all your coins. You
But
got
no
it.
coppers.
It's nicer.
And no coppers. You keep your coppers.
Why are we not killing him?
Oh, I'm being very cooperative, am I not?
I don't think
Look,
she's that interesting.
Killies is for people that is important. Ogre Man, we did the Killies. Bugbear, I don't need to do the
No
Killies.
killies.
Unless you become important, then I'm gonna come back. And I'm gonna do the Killies.
I
But
don't
you just
have
told
a
me
It's
become
qualm
very
important.
simple.
doing the
Finbar.
killing. This just doesn't seem very productive.
Killing him now would be more of an execution than a fight for survival.
Correct. It would be a preventative measure to prevent a less talented group than ours from being assaulted and murdered. He's saying it himself. He's not planning to retire from this. He's planning to do this again on the next weak people he can find.
That's what I was told to do. I'm very confused about your group's message overall here.
As am I.
As am I.
Like this. Try to make a living. Try to be kind and approach people. Do not rob from them. Try to get close to the oasis. Make yourself visible. Do not
Okay.
sneak around or stealth. Try
Okay.
to be.
Noticeable, easily killed. Heard. Well, I've heard your perspective. I like this one's perspective as he points over toward Gazrak. What more advice do you got for me?
Killies is not always very good. When you got to do the Steelies, you have to have a gang of people, usually in a city. That's where it worked for me. In this desert, people might get to Killies first.
Find city, get more number, then Robin.
Yeah. Always leave the coppers.
Always leave the car. You got it. I understand. No kiddies in the desert where there's not too many people and underguarded. Then go to city and do the robins and the kittens.
That's right.
I like this one's advice. It makes sense to me. Fits in with the rest of your advices.
So,
Totally gonna do all of those things.
So
so
we just
you're
let him go.
going.
Well, I
Yes.
mean, if you're gonna kill him, you get
Well,
to
whatever
Killies.
you all want to do. If you want to let him go and kill another group, that's fine by me. That's less people who are consuming supplies at the outpost. It'll make our
Well,
stores
it's
last
a group
longer.
in the city, so it's not this group or any of the groups near here, so it's not too
At
bad.
the end of the day,
Killing anyone in the blockade saves us time. So I'm on board. Whatever we want to do.
I want to keep walking down the road. I don't care about this bugbear anymore. But if you do care about him,
Don't.
you are welcome to.
Yeah,
Sure.
we let him go.
Sick.
Best of luck to you, friend. Hope that we don't cross again.
Right, just gonna pick up my weapons and my shield and see you later.
We agreed? He-
Everyone's unhappy.
She's like glaring at Shifra's face.
Phyllis is just looking at everybody,
Bye.
expecting someone else to make the decision.
Goodbye.
This is
I
what you
am a
wanted, right?
follower.
See you later.
Where do
In
you
the city.
where do you get water out here?
Do you
Probably
really want
steals
to know
it from
the
the
answer
people they
to
kill.
Yeah.
that? Well, sometimes we get some water from the ones we kill. Sometimes we drink their blood.
It's
I
very
didn't know.
utilitarian.
Drink their blood?
It's not very wasteful. That's respectful.
Yeah.
And do you eat people?
Yeah.
If we'll all
Do
agree.
you murder people when they're asleep?
Yeah.
And the blade is.
Falls down. headless.
Oh, there you go. She did the killies.
For a reason. You have to ask the right questions. If they are monsters, they're monsters.
I'm glad you could come
Wolves
around.
kill people in their sleep. But anyways,
I think Tassandra's like putting a hand onto Shifra's shoulder and giving it like a light squeeze. I like your decisiveness. Let's go.
you
She
wander
was
off.
shaking as she walks.
Turn you all to the dark side.
Fuck you!
And with that, you sort of walk off further down the path. That is where we'll call our session for the night. And we'll pick up there next week.
Corruption begins.
The corruption begins. Let
She
you guys,
forgot the pieces of death.
uh,
Manipulation starts.